Now we're getting started. Good morning. Welcome to FASTERCon Day 2. We are celebrating Filipinx American History Month. Today, I'll give a brief overview of FASTER. This is Erin Pangilinan, by the way, the founder of FASTER. We will have an amazing showcase. Our keynote showcase features creatives in studio and platform at various technology, entertainment, media companies, all working at various intersections. We'll have a lunch break at 11, followed by 3 amazing sessions on UX design, AI, data science, and engineering. To learn more about FASTER, you can find us on all our social media channels and website. We are the only national 501c3 nonpartisan nonprofit. We were originally founded in 2015, and just quickly about the name, it's STEAM, not STEM. I emphasize the A so much as the name itself. Originally, when I named it, it was Filipino Americans in Silicon Valley Tech. We've now grown our organization outside of the San Francisco Bay Area or Silicon Valley to the rest of the United States. And in that process, as much as it started with technical folks in engineering, no pun intended, we like to move fast. It's also an organization that wants to be really inclusive and finding more folks in tech. There's actually a lot of leaders that are in arts and design. Some of the greatest leaders I've met, some of them actually spoke at Facebook, was it at FASTERCon last year, from Facebook, Dino Ignacio, who is one of the lead designers in virtual reality. And just to name a few, there's so many other amazing folks that you'll be hearing from today. Really quickly, folks want to shout out in the chat where they are from. Personally, I'm from Fremont and I am on Ohlone land. I'm 2 miles from Facebook Newark and Coyote Hills, which the Ohlone Shell Mound used to reside on. And why this is important, as a value of the FASTER, we're really committed to justice, equality, excellence, or for other folks, JEDI, justice, equity, diversity, equity, inclusion. And that includes making sure we recognize various holidays and other celebrations that most people may not take recognition to, whether it's Indigenous Peoples Day, Native Americans in general. Again, while this is a virtual space, the land that we physically stand on, if we think about Filipino American identity, we come from a colonized people, and we just want to acknowledge that. So lastly, we'll take one quick moment of silence. I know with COVID-19, there was a lot of loss in this past almost 2 years. And, many lives were lost, whether it was from this, horrible disease. Many of our Filipino American, nurses, essential workers are on the front lines fighting for us every day. Along with that, there has been a lot of social unrest. And so I do want to recognize, the Black Lives Matter movement, all of the different anti-Asian violence crimes that have happened, not only this last year, but things that have been really going on for a long time. There's a historical sort of systemic racism that exists, in the United States, and FASTER is, always working with our community partners to really challenge, these different notions about our community. And also, with that, as we're fighting for justice, we're also celebrating Filipino American joy. And that's also why, today you'll see a lot of different speakers who are innovators across all sectors of STEAM. Just a quick pause. Thank you. And very quickly, yesterday, as I mentioned, we had the Call for Justice, panel with lead Filipino who talked about Angela Quinto, who was an aspiring game designer that was killed the same method that George Floyd unfortunately also died. They talked about the different policy measures they had put in place to ban, the sort of police practices that had led to a lot of violence in our community. We also had Asian Leaders Alliance, ALA, which is a coalition of over 250 employee resource groups, talk about all of their work and advocacy against anti-Asian violence. Today, we're going to have our creatives and engineers, and tomorrow we'll focus on life sciences. We have 2 amazing academics. One is a vaccine innovator for the Philippines. That's also a reverend, Reverend Austriaco. and also founding faculty member UC Merced, Professor Minilai, who teaches in the Department of Molecular and Cellular Biology, that is department chair. And lastly, we're ending the day with two amazing community leaders. Lizelle Tanglao, who's our FASTER media advisor, also is the FilPro, Filipino Young Leaders Program, COVID-19 Task Force Chair. She'll be talking about their work promoting vaccines, as well as Tayo Help and all of the different outreach efforts they've been doing. And lastly, with Charity Nicholas, who unfortunately couldn't make it yesterday, we'll be talking about her work leading as one of the highest ranking women of color in health tech and safety. So if you're thinking about reopenings at your tech company, she's setting the standards and protocols for that, at the national and international level. So please check out Sunday. And if you did not get any of our emails for whatever reason, you can find all of these links. We'll share them in the chat to register for each day on Zoom. Last few things, FASTER Pros, please join us. And also Asian Leaders Alliance, if you are starting a tech company employee resource group or ERG, we encourage you to join us along with other Asian American allies as a part of our coalitions.
Amazing.
And for anyone else that is trying to start a company, if they're leaving their company, or if you're, in any way, high-tech startup entrepreneur investor, we're still working on a brand new matching program. So please join us as well there. And if you are a student, we'll be relaunching mentorship programs next year as well. We're on all the things social. We'll be relaunching a Discord and Slack channel in the future. For now, you can join us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Our website's still being rebuilt. And please subscribe to our email list. If you don't want to be on any social media channel, you can get all our major updates there. And with that being said, I just want to again reiterate, it's Filipino American History Month, not Heritage Month. More information on that you can find from Professor Dr. Allison Tintiangco-Cabalas from San Francisco State University. Her best friend was Professor Don Mabalan, who was a historian that actually was really a part of this movement and really made sure we emphasize our history. I know many folks call it AAPI Heritage Month. We really wanted to, in the beginning of FASTER, recognize the historical contributions Filipino Americans have had, in technology. And that includes folks like Dado Banatao. For many people who don't know him, he created a lot of things in semiconductor where he owned a lot of the IP to pretty much anything in any computer today, like your iPhone. And there was also the person who invented slide to unlock, Freddie Gonzalez, is also Filipino. So these are things that are historical in nature. So I want to emphasize again, history, not heritage. And with that being said, I'm going to turn over this conversation to our co-moderators, Jamie Crystal, who is at Airbnb. She also serves as FASTER Creative Director, and Ardis Rabang, who is the head of production at Phoenix TLS, was also previously at Lucasfilm and is our FASTER Creative advisor. And they will be interviewing our panelist, Ronnie Del Carmen from Netflix, who's a writer and director, also an Academy nominee for his work on Inside Out at Pixar. Gio Nakpel, who's at Adobe, who is a senior design evangelist and creative director. I know him personally through his work at Oculus. And Anthony Francisco, known as the father of Baby Groot, formerly of Marvel Studios, as a senior visual development artist. Before I turn over that, just really quickly on who I am, I know Jamie and Ardis will introduce themselves. I'm Erin. I actually don't like talking about myself because I have to do it for 3 days. If you can find me, I'm at Erin Jerry at Faster Seam. My crypto handle, Cypher Panay. I had a book on AR VR that's pictured there. So if you find anything, if you want to get into the emerging tech industry, you can read that book. My chapters are on AI and data visualization. A lot of my family has worked in tech. My parents worked in biotech for over 20 and 30 years. Dad works on the vaccine. So if you don't trust vaccines, I can tell you my dad says it's cool. And yeah, it's when I think about FASTER, I think of it as extended family, who's still around outside of, and then graduating from college and working in different industries. I actually thought I was going to be an IP lawyer, but coming back in, I wanted to see if there were other people who looks like me and came from where I came from. So even though I was born and raised here in Silicon Valley, raised in Fremont, born in Santa Clara, my mom is from San Fernando, Pampanga. My dad is from Manila. And, you know, at the time when I was like 5, I think I wanted to be a singer, and I also loved hip hop. So I think this is me at age 10 with my cousin, who is a DJ Rocky Rock's best friend. DJ Rocky Rock is Apple to Apple, the Black Eyed Peas. This is our little garage, you know, party. So I love the hip hop and music. And so I thought I would either be an engineer at Cisco and an essay I wrote, or I would be an A&R. I got very politicized by people like Professor Robin Rodriguez, who's a faculty member at UC Davis. So I thought I was going to be an immigration lawyer, as well as an IP lawyer. My brother's first startups, you know, didn't do so well, and there were contract issues. So I thought I was actually going in that area, but I ended up going a really different path. One of the alumni at UC Berkeley, Dexter Liggett Gordon, who actually founded the company Caliber, which is the first Y Combinator backed company in the Philippines, my cousin invested in, and he was the co-founder of Filipinos for Obama. So I spent a good amount of time in civic engagement, and the last race I worked on was for the former Deputy U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Rokana. And in that process, you know, I met every, I would say, like self-made CTO pioneer in Silicon Valley. But as I looked around the rooms of the donors there that could write a check at the presidential level, Dado Banatao was one of them. The other was Auntie Jocelyn Ding, who was at the time the highest ranking Pinay at Google. There weren't many other people who looked like me. So when I think about what I wanted to be as a kid, now I could say at Cisco, I specifically taught on virtual reality for my other nonprofit, which focused on women and underrepresented communities in AR, VR. And currently I'm working at many different intersections of technology, particularly in blockchain and cryptocurrency, so that the creative industry can really look at alternative business models to, you know, pay artists and give money back to their fans. And in terms of my body work, it's been a not linear trajectory. And I can say my new body of work that I'm about to add, it will come out this year. It's a collection of spoken word and page poetry the last 10 years called 16 Dimensions. And I'm donating the majority of the proceeds to the Asian American Journalists Association and Kearney Street Workshop. For AAJA, it's in memory of my friend Corky Lee, who was the unofficial New York City's Chinatown photographer. And so my words of advice or sort of mottos for everything I do in tech is really for the future, you know, really creating your future reality. And to also remember, you know, whenever we're designing technology, there is a human being behind every pixel, and to keep that in mind. And with that being said, now I'm going to turn this over. I'm going to stop share and send this over to Jamie.
It's so many inspirational people you mentioned that I need to find out about.
My background just, hi everybody, my background disappeared. Hi everyone, my name is Jamie Crystal. I'm currently a design leader at Airbnb, and I'm going to be moderating today's panel along with Ardis. Ardis, did you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. Ooh. Hi everyone. My name is Ardis Rabang. I've been in the production, well, actually the entertainment industry for over 25 years. I started out in the production department at Lucasfilm, working directly with Rick McCallum and George Lucas. I was with them for over 16 years, worked on Star Wars episodes 1, 2, and 3. And then Red Tails, and we were developing the Star Wars live action series. And then I left in 2012 to work with Brad Bird on Tomorrowland, and I ran his office. And now since 2015, I've actually just been working on different independent projects, and I have several companies I've started. And a lot of times I'm being brought in as a producer to like help save things or even just develop different projects. And there's a lot to come. So that's it for me.
Gosh, I feel like I did not introduce myself well enough, but yeah, interesting facts about me. Formerly, again, Facebook, working on their design systems and Yahoo. Originally, I started out in the creative industry or entertainment industry and pivoted into tech. So I'm actually very excited to kind of collaborate and chat with the panelists today. Our first speaker is Ronnie Del Carmen, Netflix writer and director. Ronnie, would you like to introduce yourself? Please unmute.
Hello. Hi. Sorry. Hi, I'm Ronnie Del Carmen. I'm happy to be here. Welcome to all of you. And I don't have much to say other than what people probably know about me. I work in animated content, TV and feature. I've been in most studios that you can kind of imagine that's made animated content, and I've been doing this for over 30 years. I've been at Pixar for 20, and just recently I joined Netflix. That's the short story right there.
You want to go ahead and chat about your work or showcase any of your work right now?
Yeah. Well, after having that kind of short intro, I just wanted to kind of, I'm amazed at everyone's accomplishments. I mean, Anthony was saying it's like so many people to get to know. I mean, that's why I'm trying to expand my horizons, because being inside a studio like like Pixar, you get to be very insular, and not only that, you get to kind of just heads down and work, and there's only the project that's in front of you. That's what you live for. And then recently, I've been kind of having to discover what part of me actually ends up in movies, even though I've been examining that for a number of years, and I've been talking about it. I've always wondered that if people understood that in my participation in these stories is not just on the expertise or the skill. A lot of what creatives do, people who either design or write, create, they use parts of themselves to actually make things. And one of my learning curve is that I thought that what I was supposed to do was to be good at what the skill I was hired to do and perform that in these jobs. But what I've discovered is that I actually am valued and used for particularly sharing aspects of my own story while I'm doing these jobs. And in all of the aspects of work that I've done from across many studios and across many films, I have been surprised that the team, the people I work with, including the studio, actually had wanted to use my contribution that's based on the things that had happened to me in my life or are happening to me in my life. So one of the things that I do is that I use my own life as kind of the laboratory from which to kind of workshop stories. And the most kind of, well, the most emblematic example of that I have is working on the movie Up for Pixar. And while working on that movie, we have a character who's an old man who wants to float his house with, so many balloons. And he seems to be, he's near the end of his life, and he's trying to come to terms with what that life has amounted to, and specifically what his relationship to his wife was. What has it amounted to? And then also he has a deep regret. And to me, when that was happening, personally, my father was not well, and he was actually going through a lot of health issues. There's a long story about me migrating to the US and not being able to when I was a kid. My father had immigrated to the States on a long shot and struggled and helped the family kind of achieve their goals and sacrifice so much. But then at the end of that road, he was not well. And he had made sure that we had gotten a foothold in this world after, kind of tragedy and bad luck had visited us. So I wanted to pitch you the story of this part that I play in making these movies, specifically Up. So I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm just going to see if.
So exciting, behind the scenes.
Yes.
Your dad is Carl, what? It's very cool to see, again, these like creative inspiration.
All right. I wonder, can you guys see this screen right now?
No.
No, not yet.
No, not yet. All right. Share sound and hold on. There you go. Now.
Beautiful. Yes.
All right. This is my father. His name is Rogelio del Carmen, and that's my dad. And that's my dad in his 20s. A dapper young man who likes to wear nice suits. Back then, everything is tailored for you. And I have an uncle on my mother's side who actually makes suits. But he's a grand person, a hero of my life. And he was not well by the time that I had joined. By the time that I had, hold on, let me. This is a drawing of my father. Oops, let me see. These are drawings of my father when he was not well in the hospital. And at this point, he actually cannot speak anymore. And he's not able to actually communicate other than through his face. And when I visit him, I talk to him, and he just smiles at me. And my father looks a lot like Carl because he has these jowls, he has pair of glasses, and his arm he's holding right there because it doesn't work anymore. But at the same time, he smiles when I take pictures of him. I took this picture of him. And in the story of Carl, I wanted to kind of like infuse my father into the work, but I didn't do it consciously. But because they're both old men and what my father's going through, I actually, by virtue of what's going through in my life, actually ended up in the movie. And I showed him the sequence that I'm about to show you, but he just smiles at me and with his eyes. And I told him that I was storyboarding the sequence, and he just kind of nods. And the thing about this is that when I was doing this, he was my inspiration for behaving Carl, because my dad's kind of at the end of his life and he's probably looking back. So here is a sequence that I can talk over. This is Carl towards the end of the second act. He's brought the house onto Paradise Falls, and he is trying to get all of the furniture together. I'm hoping you guys can see this and hear it, right? Okay. So Carl had made a promise to Ellie when she was a little girl. It's like, I'm going to bring your house on a Paradise Falls. And then just one caution, these are like the audio, I mean, the music that you're hearing is temp. I don't own this music, so don't record it because someone's going to come after me. So I had been seeing my father being at home and being very quiet. So this is no dialogue. It was written by Bob Peterson. And my observation of my father ended up in this sequence. We have family albums, just like all families do. I made Carl look back on his life as we have decided as the team. Bob Peterson is the co-director, Pete Doctor is the director, and I as the story supervisor. I wanted to show that there's a life that was led that he had wanted with his wife, but it didn't happen. This moment of having someone tell you what your life had meant was what this sequence is about, because we tend not to value our own journey. because we're so busy focusing on everyone else's, or maybe we're just too busy. That's it.
It's awesome, man.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's 10 a.m. and we're bawling our eyes out already.
I know.
You
Well,
cannot
My
watch
heart.
up without crying. I don't know how many times you see it.
Yes. And I was very fortunate to be part of a trio of creators who were trying to do something different against the grain of what animated features are about. And we were also very lucky that the studio was behind it, and lucky that Disney actually nodded and said that they would do it. But I was particularly, still to this day, grateful that I was there as the story supervisor, having a part to say, and that I could actually memorialize my own father in it in my own way. It doesn't show up in the movie that way, but this is also kind of a way of sealing the deal. This is what we do. Well, as creators, we do. You cannot help but actually infuse the things that you work on with parts of yourself, specifically what you're going through at the moment. So I wanted to just to highlight that for all of you out there, for everyone else who's trying to do what it is that you're struggling to accomplish. A lot of the times is that it is what the truth, the struggle, the challenges of what you're going through is what you represent. And one day you'll be lucky to actually represent that in a very solid way. I'm on my way to trying to do that right now. I'm at Netflix, where I've been given a chance to make an animated feature that is going to be centered on the mythology and the lore of the Philippines that I had grown up with. It is my version of how I understand it, and also using the skills I've learned over for the last several decades. And it's going to be about Philippine mythology and lore, and it has never been done before. And I'm so lucky to be on this journey, and that's me.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. You've seen all these inaudible claps, but yeah, know that people are clapping and rooting for you right now. Let me once again share my screen. I know you have your social handles here, so I'm assuming it's safe to reach out to you.
Yes, go for it.
Wonderful. Oh my gosh. Cool. I can't wait to hear all about the duendes and the muumuus. Our next speaker is Gio Nakpil. He is working at Adobe as a senior design evangelist and creative director. Everybody, please welcome Gio.
Hello. Well, I mean, that's going to be a hard one to top. So, thanks for putting me after. I mean, I pretty much, I'll just keep it slightly short. Like, I'll just kind of breeze through my background. I'm not particularly fond of the title evangelist, but that's essentially what I do at Adobe. I sort of take the software and see what's possible and show the community what is possible with this particular 3D art software that I'm using. And I'm also a creative director there. So I work with a lot of the art related stuff in developing the imagery and, you know, the style of art that whatever project it is that my camera keeps getting dim here. Sorry for my really bad setup. Let me open up a window here with some white background. but prior to Adobe, I was in the film industry at Industrial Light and Magic for 12 years. So that was pretty much my dream company ever since I was a child, growing up watching Star Wars, just like my generation and the subsequent generations after that. But like ever since I was a kid in the Philippines, I would just always dream about working for Industrial Light and Magic, while other kids were idolizing whoever pop star. I was idolizing all the model makers and artists at ILM, like I would just nerd out over like some obscure name that my playmates would be like, who's Dennis Murin? Like, well, he just happened to be the visual effects supervisor, blah, blah, blah. And so throughout my career, it was a pretty long struggle to find out what I wanted to do, but eventually landed a job miraculously at ILM. And from there, as I said, I was there for 12 years. Some of my proudest projects that I've been involved in there was I was the character supervisor for the first Avengers. I got to do the Hulk, and while also supervising that project on the character end, which was really taxing health-wise, but it's like you have one of those in your career. I'd rather it be Avengers because I love the Hulk. And during the sort of what I would call sort of the decline of the effects industry as I saw it from the horizon, I decided to jump ship and transition into more of the games and real-time sort of scene. So I went to Valve in Seattle, where I got to work on a lot of their games there. And then from Valve went to Oculus VR when they were just starting up, when Facebook had acquired them. So I transitioned nicely into the tech sector, which was not really planned, but that was, looking back in retrospect, one of the most ideal paths for me to take as an artist, because tech is definitely a different sort of scene when it comes to like getting to work on the more cutting edge type of stuff, and just stuff I can take from all my learnings from film and video games and inject it into what we're going to be using in the future with AR, VR, whatever R. And so from Oculus, I went to Adobe because the team I was in, Oculus Medium back then, which was a VR sculpting app, transitioned over to Adobe. So I found myself in Adobe, just always trying to kind of, see where the next cool thing that'll push me as an artist is. So that's me.
And Jamie, did you want to move to the next slide? I forgot. It's I remember you showed this at Oculus during one of the talks from one of my students that was a part of my nonprofit, who I think is still at Oculus today. And there was an art showcase, and just seeing like your 3D modeling work, not just with Marvel, but an amazing array of things in virtual reality. It's amazing work. So I just wanted folks to see that. I know on Facebook, they can see this as well on our live stream. So definitely check out Gio's amazing work. I know all over Instagram, they're always talking and helping support so many different artists. So yeah, thank you.
Reach out whenever, like I'm always ready to help artists or whoever. Yeah. So.
Such a welcoming panel. Wow.
Awesome. Thanks, Gio.
Thanks so much, Gio.
Thank you.
Amazing. Look at, there you go. And our next speaker is Anthony Francisco. Please welcome Anthony.
Hello, hi everyone.
He's a former Marvel Studio senior visual development artist, aka father of Baby Groot.
I usually preface it with visual father of Baby Groot because
visual father.
Yeah,
visual father. Yeah. You did not give birth to Baby Groot, but maybe you did in a metaphorically.
Yeah.
Based on your son, right? So you can talk about that. And Jamie, do you want to move to the next slide too, by the way?
When Ronnie was talking about it, I was like, yes, we do infuse our own self into our work. So knowingly, sometimes, you can't help it. And during that time when I was designing Baby Groot, my son, I have 2 kids and they became a really big inspiration. Not just an inspiration for how I should feel when I'm designing the character, because I believe, you design with visuals, but you also design with your feelings and storytelling. Like Ronnie is saying, that's how you design it. Sometimes you're not even designing it. It's just, this is what's needed. Which part of my life did I ever feel that emotion? And you're trying to take it, bring it into your work. And I guess one thing people should be developing is their ability to be sensitive is not the word, like open, I guess.
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable, yes, being vulnerable. It's hard for Filipino dads sometimes to be vulnerable. They're just like, very hard. So you never really learn that. But I guess with art, as you get older, and if you're able to be around the right people, like my wife really helped me become more vulnerable. And without her, I think I'm not gonna be like where I am. So my kids really helped me with pushing through that kind of feeling, pushing the design that way. And even physically, his actual body when he was 4 is the one I used, because sometimes I take pictures of them for reference. It's like, oh man, it's exactly what I need. The head's not too big, his rib cage is exactly the right size, his arm proportions. So yeah, pretty much I did that. So same with Ronnie, when I'm looking at what's his name, the guy from Up, and it's just like, wow, now I see the resemblance so clearly. Oh, my son's name's Constantine, because I like the comic book Constantine, and ever since I was younger, it's always like comic books, Marvel, some DC, mostly Vertigo, and that's where Constantine comes in. And then my daughter's name is Amelie because of the French movie Amelie. It's
I
just so
love
sweet.
that movie.
I love it, right? The color.
Zorro mask and the hat. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And she's just like that. And when the kids realize where their names come from, I think they think it's cool. I hope. Yeah. So yeah, but the character Groot really came from Baby Groot came from the comic book creators Jack Kirby and Stan Lee designing Groot, the tree, right? And James Gunn just thought of a good way to make it more memorable, I guess. So I'm glad I'm part of that, and the design did come from me. And now when you watch Guardians of the Galaxy 2, it pretty much my son is immortalized. You just see this Filipino boy dancing. He's just brown, right? People don't know that. We inserted Filipino there again.
And from my understanding, you've also inserted some Filipino culture elsewhere. Are you allowed to talk about that?
Yes. Actually, yeah, I could share a little bit of that. But first, maybe I should share the video with
Yes.
everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Sure.
sure if everyone's seen this before.
Yes, please.
Okay, let me see. Let me share this with you. I was really fortunate that, okay, before I play this video, I,
That's good.
I was really fortunate that I was able to meet some really, really good people that had me do talks and talked about certain frustrations with certain things, and how sometimes the Philippines are not mentioned as often. And he's a very he's the director for Manny, the documentary Manny Pacquiao, Ryan Moore, and we've met that time when I was doing this presentation, and he realized, I know that feeling, I need to help you make sure people know. So he did this video for me. And just that weekend, I'll do it this weekend. What? No, that's shy. Please don't, don't waste your time. You're like a busy guy. No, this is for Filipinos. I think he was saying that you shouldn't keep yourself. Actually, the video almost didn't come out because it was too emotional for me. And I was like, I don't want to be seen like getting emotional on like that's and he at first he felt like but we did it already, and so he's a director, so I guess he's good at really trying to get me to say yes. And then finally, I think after 2 weeks, I was like, I understand what you mean now. I gotta inspire people, even though I'm embarrassed with myself, being on that video. And yeah, so you guys, every time I share this, it's always that struggle of, okay, I'm gonna share it now, and it's like I'm so embarrassed every time. But yeah, here it is. And because of this video, I think because of that leap of, I think that I was able to do my friends and new people I get to meet, especially like you guys, meeting you guys inspire me a lot too. I've met Gio a while back, and I remember still how we met. I always kind of be brave to just cold, message someone, and it has worked out. And because of this, I guess not just because of this video, because of being a little more, I guess showing myself more, because with Filipinos sometimes you want to be humble, don't talk about yourself, don't talk about yourself. Even at work, when you're talking about yourself, they go, oh, you're too mayabang, don't, but I think this is how we do it, so we could get paid more or advance more, or, just say, or else another person will take that credit from you, and then you'll be angry. Oh, they don't know I designed the Dora Milaje, they think someone else did. She's amazing though. Ruth Carter is amazing. She made a great, costume that just worked. But I'm glad I'm part of that, like the beginning stages. So yes, so here.
And you make sure you're also sharing your screen. But yes, I feel like
I'm gonna
this.
share my screen now.
And share sound too.
Share
share
sound.
And full screen.
Oops, full screen. Let's share. Oh, let me just close my Photoshop real quick. There. Make
No
sure.
work in progress shots.
Yeah, don't show any.
And it's like, hey, what's he working on?
It's-
Don't tell anything
I
We're
complicated.
gonna
know,
judge
so-
you by your layers. We're gonna be like, ooh, he doesn't organize his
or,
layers.
or the movie that might be coming.
Or the file name is like AAA variation.
Final.
variation.
All my code editors, my Sketch and Figma, and my Adobe Photoshop.
Shang-Chi character that never came out.
Oh,
Is there a Filipino character that's supposed to be that in there?
Believe it or not, I was trying to get. So,
Okay, we'll wait
I
for
don't know if
Wade.
I could talk about it, but let me share screen. Share screen. Make sure sound is on, and okay, this. Okay, you guys see this?
yes.
All right, cool. So this
Beautiful.
is a run through of the stuff I've done.
Now, whatever you do, don't push this button.
I'm Groot.
No!
Reference is not just a visual, it's a feeling. When I create these characters, I draw from personal experiences. There was a time when, things weren't so good in the Philippines. Walking to school with some friends, we saw a dead body, and it was very traumatic. The comic book became my outlet to see the world being saved by heroes. Charlie Wen, he got me in for Guardians of the Galaxy to do Aliens. And from there, my first main character that I got to work on was Baby Groot. When James Gunn came to me, he wanted a really cute character, but to get me through into Baby Groot, I was heavily influenced by my kids. While I was designing Baby Groot, my kids were a big influence. The other characters I've worked on is Loki for Thor Ragnarok, Hulk from Thor Ragnarok, Doctor Strange. In Infinity War, I did a lot of kind of cool stuff on that too, which I can't talk about. I also do keyframe art to help the director visualize the scene, from the lighting to the feel. So for example, Ant-Man, we wanted to show how the miniature world would look like. It's a crazy feeling that my designs are up on a big screen, and it's iconic now. Everyone's like cosplaying it, And I would have never dreamt that my designs could be that influential. And to top it off, to be part of the team that created Black Panther, the biggest superhero film of all time, and I feel so fortunate. I created Okoye, the general of the Dora Milaje, and Nakia's costume, which ended up being the Dora Milaje costume. And in the Philippines, we have a lot of warriors there, people fighting against colonialism. So the first thing that came to my mind from my inspiration was the Igorots, the Ifugao. Remembering the Igorot having the little sash that comes down and how that's built helped me design the costume for the Dora Milaje. The flexibility and the freedom to create is why I love art. Everyone's creative in their own way, and they have a lens that they see things and translate things. I hope I really get to inspire people and get to inspire people from the Philippines, because that's where I came from. And to know that no matter where you are in life, if you just focus and work hard, you will get to where you want to go.
That baby Groot waves.
Yay.
Thank you. I'm glad
More
you
tears.
liked it.
Oh, awesome.
It was beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I'm really glad I didn't stop it from coming out. And once it went out on Facebook, it had like 4 million views.
And this is the breakdown of Marvel.
And yeah, it still reminds me of because we did it a while back, and every time I see it, it's just how far we.
Again, like a heartstring. Someone's chopping onions somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
And just check out this slide again, this body of work. I know we missed it in the earlier, but I just wanted folks to see that. Like, I mean, you showed a great video, but you went from Baby Groot, Loki from Thor Ragnarok, Baby Groot, Dora Milaje, and I don't think people give you enough credit for Black Panther. So this is amazing. Thank you for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Yeah, and that story was the thing that my friend, now really close friend, he's actually the guy I'm working with right now to do our first short film, my first short film. So we're working on that. It's about Filipino immigration, just a couple immigrating in World War II coming to the United States and trying to find their dream and not finding it. And now that he's old, he needed to pass on what he learned to his grandson, who feels like does not have any clue of who he is as a Filipino. So another emotional one. I can't wait to share it with you guys. It's going to be pretty amazing. It's difficult, but
There's that theme again, being vulnerable, putting yourself out there.
That is.
Love it.
We have a question from the audience for Anthony. Do the Black Panther actors who wear those costumes know about the Igorot inspiration or the Filipino inspiration?
It's amazing that at first there's a lot of stuff I would love to tell you, stories that I can't right now. Maybe when I'm 80 and no one will get angry because they can't even remember stuff anymore. But there's a big struggle in this that you wouldn't expect, but what's amazing is the people who thought that certain people would get offended because I would say certain certain things about this costume. And it turns out that I was in a party with celebrating Black Panther. Ryan Coogler's there, and when I met Ryan, we were talking, and the first thing he would say to me is dude, I love that you put Filipino inspiration in that costume right there. And it's like talking, it's like, wow. And he's talking about it. And by the way, here's my wife who's part Filipino. So then we got to talk, and I was
gonna say that his wife's part Filipino.
Yeah. And he started introduce, he knows I designed Baby Groot, and he is introducing me to people he thinks that I probably haven't met and stuff. Alan Horn was there, and then, hey Alan, did you know he designed Baby Groot? I was like, hey Alan, I didn't know I was talking to Alan Horn. But we started talking to Alan Horn, and I found out he loves Taekwondo, and then we just talked for a while. So it's so fun. It was cool. So that night we were talking so much, and it was actually Ryan Coogler that reminded me that I had this dream of also doing a Filipino folklore series, right? And I wrote this graphic novel I was supposed to put out in 2004 when I was still at NCSoft working there. And the guys know this. I've asked like all my friends actually to work on it, do an image for it, for the gallery at the back of the comic book after I'm done with it. But it went on and off, never went anywhere. And I did a pitch package, a Bible, that kind of stuff. Wrote an outline for it, but then, Marvel's just so much fun. 9 years, it's like all the stuff that I get an opportunity to design. And I don't know, most people, here's one that I would love to share because most people don't know this. On Infinity War, when the moon gets broken up and driven down to to Doctor Strange, and that was my idea. I pitched that. So I did this painting of it's online somewhere. You guys could check it out. That whole battle with the fire and then multiplying, but of course it's so much better on screen than a 2D image that I'm trying to paint. But I was able to pitch it to Ryan Meinerding, head of visual development, and then he kind of talked about it. So Ryan Coogler was like, okay, remember, because I was telling him how, that's amazing. He was able to do this and that young age. And he says, your age doesn't matter. Just remember, don't forget your dream. And I was like, oh, yes. And at that point, I had a manager already with me, before he said those words, I forget exactly which part of this is a really long story. I don't want to take too much at that time, but the moment I finally decided, because I want to be a creator, but I'm always creating for someone. And when I say I finally want to do it for myself, and everything started coming, it's very interesting, very grateful, for me, knowing the right people. And when I was trying to get the word out, hey, I would like people to know that I designed this thing, and someone made this video for me. And then it turns out one of my friends who I talk often to, when I talk to people, usually I don't really talk about their work. Like, you want to leave work there and we talk about, something else. And she works for BuzzFeed. And then she did an article about the Dora Milaje, and then that went viral. So that's another thing that's interesting for you guys to look at. But yeah, and things just went one after the other. And just like Ronnie, we gotta get together, because sometimes
yeah, I smell a collaboration coming up.
Oh.
It's very intentional when I picked these two speakers today.
And I had
along with you.
We've had really great conversations before this.
I could say this now. I got funding to develop my Filipino folklore series. So to develop it, so we'll see. So Ronnie has a film, I have a series. Maybe Ronnie can direct one of my episodes or something. Yeah.
Are you at liberty to say where it will?
I can't say yet. They're gonna. This is why I think it's so lucky, and I want to share this with everyone and like celebrating with everyone, because how do you say this? Much like, hidden, our heads are down, always working, and finally deciding to pick up my head and go out there. And this new place I'm going in, they're gonna be doing a press release about me, so you will see it. Like when I saw Ronnie's, I was like, oh man, Ronnie left Pixar. Yes, it's time, Ronnie. It's time. Filipinos are out there, so I can't wait. It's me. I just hope, again, no experience in my side of directing or anything or running a show, but I have so many cool people around me that I don't really, if I could help everyone and we could do this together, that would be amazing.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time again, Anthony. Jamie and RDC will want to run through some of the questions that we have prepared for our panelists.
Sure. I was actually going to go off of the questions just based on what they said, because being in the entertainment industry for a really long time, all of us here, right? Did you guys plan that? Did you say that's what I want to do? Because for me, I didn't. It just happened to be my first job out of college.
It found you, huh?
Yeah, it found me. Whoever wants to answer that.
Ronnie talked about being an accidental animator, right?
Yeah.
Ronnie.
Yeah, I didn't want to be in animation at all because I don't have any training for it. In the Philippines, there is no, this is old because by the time I actually was going to be able to go to school, even then there was not a lot of focus on animation at all. It was just, a subject in class at UST, and it wasn't taught well. So it doesn't inspire you to actually want to be in animation. I just want to watch cartoons. I don't want to make it. So I actually did not like it so much that I made a very, very bold statement that if there's one thing I know I'm not going to do, it's animation. Not going to do that. But migrating to the US for a number of months, my younger brothers, who are all in animation, by the way, started to get jobs, so that they can kind of make a living and not be a burden to my parents. And here I was, the oldest boy, and I was like, I was kind of holding off. And then I answered an ad to be in an art department in Burbank, and then I'm from there. Folks were telling me that, you know what, you're in Burbank and Glendale. The animation is just all over the place. Why don't you apply for jobs there? And I said, thanks, no thanks, not gonna do it. And then somebody told me, it's like, well, I have a friend who might be looking for, someone who would join him. And I did, and I qualified it. I don't know anything about animation. So if you hire me, which is a long shot, you have only yourself to blame. But he's a good friend of mine. His name is Stéphane Martinier, and he was Stéphane. Actually, I worked with. He's a great guy. He started teaching me the rudiments of TV production for animation. But I was introduced to him by Sylvain Dupré, who is an amazing story board designer, artist, writer, director. We became friends very early in my first year in the US. We were working for the same outfit for just a little bit, and he kind of wondered out loud, it's like, why are you here? You're doing something else. Let me introduce you around town, because I was very timid. And from there, I fell into animation. I felt like I understood what it was, even though I had no training. And then by the time that I actually applied at Warner Brothers to be part of Batman the Animated Series, I only had 2.5 months of experience. And then they said, yeah, come on over. What do you want to do? Bruce Timm asked me. I said, character design? I said, nope, you're going to do storyboards. All right. And that was that. So what I want to impart to everybody, because I think it's a common story, none of us actually intend to be where we arrive at. It's kind of a checkerboard path. We don't know what leads from one to the other. One of the things I don't like about myself is that I actually tend to minimize my own participation and my skills. Yeah. And that was what's hindering me. And people have been generous to actually pull me up.
That's awesome.
And actually cite the things that I can do, because I can't see them. When I can't see them, I don't advertise, I don't promote myself. But when people, God bless them, all of them, from Warner Brothers, DreamWorks to Pixar and onward, it's like people had been recognizing that you belong in this space. You can stand here and be as good as anybody. That's a message that took a long time for me to actually hear and understand, because probably where I came from and the kind of culture that we've had being a colonized country, and then also not seeing myself in the media, not hearing stories about my own culture and people who look like me, I tend to feel like I belong in the background, very far deep in the background. So
Yeah.
these days, I don't believe that anymore, but it took so long. So one thing I want everybody to understand is that I want you to shed all of that, because a lot of you probably have it. You probably are walking around with it. And it's not just us. Imposter syndrome is a malady that afflicts everybody.
Everyone.
But please go out and kind of stand a little taller. And then whatever your journey is, or whatever part of your journey you're in, kind of like just embrace it as for how awesome that is that you are actually that, because you're about to go somewhere else with that. You're going to get better at this every day, and you're going to be amazed at what you will do, which is kind of what I am these days. I am amazed at this journey. How did I get here? Can't tell you. Is there a formula? Don't know. All I know is that I did as good a job as I could, but I also know that there was something in me that wanted to be here. It was a dream. It was an aspiration. I didn't speak it, but I behaved it in the work.
Awesome, Ronnie. Thank you. I think too, as Filipinos, before, like, everyone would be like, if you talked about yourself or you asked for things, they'd be like, walang hiya, right? But we flip it, because you really have to have no shame when you're in this industry.
Yeah.
You really do. Like, I used to actually call my boss that, Rick McCallum, because but when I thought about it, I was like that with him. Like, I had no shame. Like, he asked me early on what I wanted to do when I started working in his office. And I said, I want your job someday. I want to be a producer. And because I said that, he was like, okay, I'm going to teach you everything I know. You're going to be on every meeting, on every call. And he gave me so much freedom to run the office. Like, he was not a micromanager at all. So anytime he's like, we need this to happen with Star Wars, I'm like, okay, I'd go off and do it. And it was my way, I got that freedom to, like, okay, how much do I have to spend? Okay,
It's so cool, Ardis, you got that environment. I think I'm on the opposite end where, and this is not like way in the, I guess it went where, oh, I want to do this. Oh, why do you think they would have us artists become producers? Why do you think that's like that's so awesome that he brought you to every meeting. That's what you want to become. I had to be like delusional and just like, this is what I want to be. Everyone else around me is, so the first stage I feel like really helped me is taking myself out of that environment of negativity and then putting myself with myself, I guess, and two other friends that have the same goal as being a writer, director, and then when that started, then your mentality, your feelings start to change, and you won't be so angry at the people telling you you can't do it, so instead of getting angry, change your environment, the right people.
Yeah, be a little tigas ulo. Just be like, I'm not gonna listen to anybody. I'm just gonna do my thing.
Well,
Yeah.
Anthony had a really interesting story about how people told him he had to pitch his portfolio a certain way, and what really got him noticed was his actual rough sketches. So do you want to go over that?
Oh yeah. So this is how I first started. And Ronnie, remember you're saying what you wanted to do. What I first actually wanted to do was just draw monsters. That's it. I was a creature designer first, and as I'm doing that, hey, I'm gonna let me start drawing faces. Oh, let me start drawing environments, and then as long as I got that first job, but in getting that first job, so it was a sense of urgency, really, because my parents had separated, and I had to go with my dad, and he smoked a lot, and I just needed to not inhale the smoke, so I needed to just get out of there. And I would tell him, if you don't stop smoking, I really have to go. We could do this together, but it's just hard, So everything was kind of fast for me. I had no time to second guess myself or feel scared, or no, I was feeling scared, but I just had to like push it in. And when I was in this one open house class by Jordu, I met the owner of ADI, Alec Gillis. And so he was talking, and I had another friend, Carlo, was talking to him first. He's a big guy. He's more, more walang hiya, I guess you could say, than me. But and he's good, he's good. He's got everything figured out. I'm in the background. I'm like, oh man, I get okay, he's still talking. When's this guy gonna stop talking so I can, say something? But I thought I was trying to go in to say something, but I'm really just back there, not moving or something, just waiting. So Alec, because he did this, now I try to do this all the time, where he saw me go, hey, how about you? You're an artist too? And then I came to the foreground, and he started talking to me, do you have a portfolio? And I didn't have one. So now I think I remember Carlo was like, no, you have one. And I said, no, I don't have one. No, you have one. Oh, I have one. That's right. I do have one. Yeah. Yeah. So I always forget that part of the story when he's like, oh yeah, I do have one. I started thinking, oh, it's at Art Center. I really didn't have one. But it's still being looked at, blah, blah. And then, okay, 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, I'll have time to look at your portfolio. And I go, okay, 2 weeks. Oh shit. I gotta like draw every day or something. So I was drawing every day, putting this portfolio together, because I can't, you got one shot, right? The Eminem song started. There was no Eminem song yet back then, but that would have been my theme song. I'm drawing through the montage, it's like, and then I finished the portfolio, and then no one is calling me. And this is the part that is like a hurdle, right? Like, no one's calling me. They hate my work. They don't want me anymore. They found someone else. All these things that are not true, that I'm telling myself, false narratives. And I don't know how, but I was able to say, you know what, let me just call him and just see what they say. Maybe it's not true. No, but it is true. Oh man, that was a difficult call. And then I just called, and then hello, I'm Anthony, can I talk to you? Oh, he's not here right now, but let me ask him about that meeting. And he did come back, and she said that he apologizes, he totally forgot about it. He still wants to see you. So I'm like, see, that's not what I was saying to myself was not true, so a week later I had a week more time, so I thought of it as a positive thing, where now I have a week more to do my portfolio and add more to it. So the day came, and I came in with my portfolio, and I was showing him my stuff. He was looking through it. He's a really charming guy, really nice and kind. And he's looking through it, but I could see in his face that he's not impressed. He's just like, oh, figure drawing. Why did you put figure drawing in here? You're applying for creature guy. Why is there figure drawings in here? And then I realized that, oh, I'm probably not gonna get this. And then that feeling, and I was like, feeling bad. And he goes, this is great, but like, it's not, you're not showing me your design, And again, I thank him so much, because he goes, do you have a sketchbook with you? He really wants, he's giving me all the what do you call it? The lives, I guess. I got 3 lives. It's like a game. And then he goes, okay, give me a sketchbook. And he looks through it. And this is where I put all my notes, all my like head shape ideas. And then I see his head nodding. I go, what is this? Could this be? And then how come you didn't show this? Well, I thought everything had to be clean and new. And I think because I was making like a nice portfolio, that I wasn't as cutting edge, I guess, with my designs. I was so safe. I was being safe, and not as what's the word, Jamie? I keep on forgetting.
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable. See, I don't even know what that word means.
It's the word of the day.
Vulnerable. I'm just macho, macho guy. So he looked at that and said, what do you think about reference? And I was like, reference, yeah, I love reference. Reference is what I always use. And because some people don't think reference is important. And then he gave this story why he thought, other people thought that. And oh no, and he liked the way I thought. And then we started talking about movies and Star Wars and Back to the Future, all the stuff I like, Aliens, Predator. Okay, you live and breathe creatures. Yeah, I've been watching monsters ever since I was younger. All the horror films during summertime in the Philippines, I watch all of them as much in the Betamax, the Betamax. Yeah, so that day I got the job and I started drawing monsters. Yeah.
I have to say Gio loves monsters too. And I guess my last question for him was
That's how we met.
Well, actually, if you can answer the question, like,
yeah,
when did he start? How did he get into ILM and all that?
and then to tech as well.
Yeah.
And then you used to flip burgers. That was your job.
Oh yeah,
The transferable skills from like entertainment to tech, like what's the common thread?
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
Oh, I was trying to figure out, I'd love to hear just your transition again from entertainment to tech, but also like how you even got into entertainment and how you got to tech and like the commonalities you see within the two sectors.
Yeah, for me, well, I got into entertainment just like Anthony. I consumed a lot of the 80s. I'm an 80s baby, right? So, Aliens, The Thing, you name it. Just a lot of things that a child should not be watching. My parents, and in retrospect, I thank them for it, allowed me to watch because that formed me to what I am today. And so through all that, just going through the, paying my dues, working at Toshiba shipping and handling, because I thought that would lead me to computer graphics because they did computers-ish. So I really had no path. Like Aaron mentioned, I flipped burgers. I thought I would be like a burger flipper at McDonald's. Employee of the month, man. I got employee of the month. So I thought that would have been my direction in life, because I was a very heads down, just like an artist would, but I didn't have a career back then. So my parents feared for me just being this super heads down kid, just drawing and drawing and drawing. But through the films that ILM had done, like in the sort of computer graphics era, like Jurassic Park, The Abyss, that woke me up essentially and revitalized my need. Like it was in my DNA to wanted to work there at ILM when I was a kid, but how do I get there? But I kind of like was pretty nebulous, but it was through the modern day ILM era of computer graphics that really put the fear in me to really, if I don't do this in my life, well, what am I going to do? I need to be doing this, that want, that need. So, and really like what Ronnie was kind of like saying in his journey, it was like, you kind of just have to kind of feel your way through. And I really can't tell you how, what the trajectory was, but I found myself at ILM, like my dream job ever, and seeing all the props from all the movies. And so, as I mentioned, 12 years there was a long time, as rewarding as it was. But I think, like the danger of like achieving your dream is that you settle into that dream, right? Like, and I thought that was me. Like, I will be here. I'll be a lifer. This is my dream. Why would I ever ask for anything more? Because, again, I think like upbringing, you kind of just take what's given to you and not really ask for anything beyond it. So I felt like being so grateful being at ILM. This is it. But like in my time there, I noticed a lot of kind of discrepancies with things. Like a lot of it's interesting hearing the journey of Ronnie and Anthony and how it really echoes in terms of, if you don't claim it, someone will always take it, so like trying to be more vocal and to foresee what was on the horizon. And for me, film was going down, like as an industry at that point, like a lot of the work was going elsewhere. So I had to like plan for what's next. And so I went to Valve, as I said, and then to Oculus, and then finding myself now here at Adobe. And transitioning into that tech sector for me was a very interesting one, because I don't think it's a sector that many artists would consider, because it doesn't have as much creativity as film or television or animation. And true as that may be, I think a lot for me at this point in my life, I was able to take a lot of the the knowledge that I've learned from film, the immense knowledge I've learned from film, because that was just like boot camp, and then like really put it into what I'm doing now in a way that is different. You know, it's not quite as sexy as working on a movie, and I still deeply miss that, but it is something that satisfies like a new need for me to kind of like try and define what is in the future of how we work as artists, or as, you know, if VR takes off the way I'm hoping for it to be, then as a society, right? Like kind of being a part of that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's sort of.
Well, and also I'm curious because we're all Filipino. What did your family think? Because I know my family was super confused when I started working at Lucasfilm. Like they thought really I was only going to work there for a year and then go to law school, like, or business school. Like my aunts were sending me like, oh, you should apply here to go to, like no one understood like the entertainment industry, because yeah, we didn't see people that looked like us. Like I didn't even aspire to work at Lucasfilm because I didn't even think that was a possibility, you know? Like I know nobody who looks like me, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
where they like, you know, you're gonna be a doctor.
yeah, no one, like Industrial Light and Magic, like anyone else would think, what is a light fixture company? You know, like yeah, no one really. I mean, it was great to see some Filipinos there. You know,
You're a graphic designer, right?
Yeah, it's always an animator. You're an animator, right? Like, no, Lola, I'm not everyone's an animator.
I make monsters. Why ugly monsters? Make something pretty.
You're not gonna go to heaven with this.
Job.
I'm glad I didn't stop drawing monsters. I wouldn't have a job right now.
I know, like the religious aspect of like,
Yeah.
oh, you know, like, why are you
One time I
doing
painted
demons?
Yeah, one time I painted Lucifer, you know, like not painted, it's like a oil pastels. And then they got so worried that they called the priest on me, and I said, no, he's just the bad guy to Constantine. Yeah, you didn't see my drawing of Constantine. That's what it was.
It's
You just
demonic.
saw the bad guy. I'm designing.
Loki is a demon, right? Technically.
Yeah, but the series shows him as like a good demon, right? The latest series. Anyway, we digress.
Well, Ronnie, being like kind of, you've been in it the longest. Was your family like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Yes.
Well, I'm old. I'm pretty old, but when I was young, I would draw on. Going to school in the Philippines, you would get these assignment notebooks for every subject. You know,
Yeah.
Science, social studies, and all of those. But I wouldn't take notes because I can remember what was taught. So I didn't bother to take notes. But note taking was kind of a sign that you were paying attention to everybody. They wanted to see that you were taking notes, but I didn't. Instead, I was drawing all the time, and it got me in trouble in school. And then my dad would actually had to react to it and saying, what's happening here? Your sister's not like this, and you know, and none of the other kids are like this, and you're always drawing. And he was genuinely concerned and probably frustrated that I was just drawing all the time. And it felt like, probably for any parent at that time, this is the 60s, that yeah, something's different about that one, but not in a good way. Because there were no people who drew, and then the cliche about people who drew, that you end up to be the kind of caricature of an artist who would starve.
Yes, that is.
And I think that my parents were just concerned that there was no world that exists that you could be part of and be viable in. And then that was actually true for that time that I was growing up. And in fact, it was still true when I actually had to look for work as an artist in the Philippines. It didn't pay anything at all. I worked in advertising in the Philippines by the time I had actually gone to school and put myself out there to work in advertising. It's all kind of beautiful offices in the financial district of Makati, but it paid nothing. You actually use up whatever pay you got to actually just pay for your transportation, your lunch, and whatever clothes you wear to go to work. And then at night you would go and buy yourself a drink, and there goes your paycheck. So there was no way that and there were no art careers that I can imagine having in the Philippines. They were in the States. You guys are talking about like the time that the drawings from Star Wars would actually show up in media. And there was no internet yet, right? They would show up in media, and people would talk about, these were people who drew spaceships and monsters and creatures and sci-fi things, which I'm nuts about. How do you get that job? Right. And I read comic books when I was little, and that also marked you as a nerd, because that means that you're kind of in this kind of little niche of human beings that we don't really want to talk about you all that much. And so there just to kind of like put that into perspective, there's probably people right now who are feeling like they're the nerds. There are probably people there if you think it's like nobody's going to actually imagine a world where whatever it is that you're fascinated with or wanted to do has any relevance in the world. I'm just telling you that that was true for my existence, and all I had was that I liked being that person who drew and designed for myself, and imagined myself making either comic books or designing creatures or telling stories just to myself. So by the time that I had migrated to the US, I still believe that mantra that you can't be an artist in mass. You just don't believe it until it starts happening. So that's the thing. Your parents don't understand what it is. By the time I got my first paycheck as an artist in the US, I showed my dad. And I was driving his old Century Buick. I didn't have a car. I couldn't afford anything. I've been living with them for months. I showed them my first paycheck over, and I worked only one day, and I just drew in pencil.
Yes.
Right, because it was just a comp. Yeah. And then I showed them this just freelance work. I showed them like, Dad, they paid me this. And he looked at it like, wait, they paid you more than I make.
The whole year. Just kidding.
I know, Dad. It took me nothing to do. I was there in the office and I did it in that afternoon, and I actually stopped because I didn't have anything else to do. And then I was like, I guess I'll go. It's like, okay, we'll send you a check. And then when the check actually showed up, I was like, he was surprised that I could make that kind of money drawing in pencil. I mean, the humble pencil on paper. It wasn't finished. There was no elaborate, any kind of stretch of drawing skill. I just had to do a comp very quickly. And he was like waking up to, maybe you are going to amount to something.
Yeah.
It was late. It was late.
That's awesome. You showed your paycheck. I didn't show mine because I was like, they'll take all of it. Keep it. I gotta show them that this is this much, because then I have to pay for the electricity. I have to pay for
yeah. Now then they start thinking it's like, maybe we should buy a house.
Yeah.
No. I got a family.
I'm a starving artist. I'm a starving.
Oh man. Only later on, I revealed when they really are saying, oh, he doesn't even make any money. I go, wait a second. And then that's when they found out. Later, but still,
what was that point? You showed them, oh, this is my work that's on TV screen. Was that is that the moment for you, Anthony? I showed your trailer, by the way, to my family, and I was like, oh, he's doing NFTs, because they don't know what blockchain, and they just know to buy and save. And then I was like, oh, well, Anthony has one that he's working on, and he's doing new stuff, but this is the existing work, and they love Marvel. So, I mean, was there a specific point in time? I don't even know for Gio, because I know from ILM and on, like, is there like one key moment where your family was just like able to accept, like, is it for them seeing your actual work on screen somewhere?
It's like talking NFTs to someone that doesn't know NFTs.
Yeah, my parents, my mom actually she's more of a geek more than me. Like whenever, like I was lucky enough to get the support of my parent, my mom in particular. When I got the job at ILM, she would send me articles. She would know like things more that before I did. So I was really lucky in that sense.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
My mom falls asleep when she's watching movies sometimes. I go, wow, how can you fall asleep? This is Infinity War.
My mom would really watch it, like, oh my gosh, when's your, like this one, she's probably watching it now. When's your thing? I'm like, it's like a little fan. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it took my parents a while to figure and try to understand, but they were proud when they see my credit, you know. But I remember I was physically working at Skywalker Ranch for 19 years, and it took them over 10 years to finally visit me. Like, I'd been giving tours to everybody. And then when my mom finally saw it, she turned to me, she's like, you should never leave here.
Well, that's a paradise.
Now I get it.
I might want to leave someday.
I visited there and I didn't want to leave. I wanted to go and crawl underneath, the buildings and say, I'm just gonna hide.
Yeah.
You
So
guys
idyllic.
get my tour. I'm told I give
Jamie and Gio and and I think we still have the tour with you.
Let's do it. Actually, I want to go back.
It'll be
I haven't
faster
been there.
field trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want another tour. I can't go
Ronnie,
down.
let's go. Anthony, come
I wanna
down.
go.
Yeah, let's do
It's the
it.
Bay Area.
I want to go, and I want.
That's true.
Well, I've stayed in one of the cabanas there.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the guest houses. Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
I stayed there for because we were doing sound, and I was just so happy to kind of like, oh my God, you get to stay here tonight, and for a couple of nights because you're doing sound and feeling like, and then you go downstairs and have breakfast, like it's your house, right? To go to the area, and we're like, wow, this is how it feels. This is awesome, because most of the time we do our sound in studio, and then that's kind of like awesome already. You go to Skywalker, man.
Oh my goodness. Just to drive there is. Oh.
Yes, and then we
never
get to
been there.
hike. You can hike. You can like take a break because it's just too much work. And I was like, can I live here?
I've never actually had time to hike because we were so busy.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
You just look at it. That's it.
Faster will have a field trip to Skywalker Ranch, to other places when there's stuff
Yes.
reopening, right? I know Airbnb doesn't reopen until the end of
Yeah,
next
can we go to
year.
the barn? The barn.
Oh, you mean the archives?
Archives.
The barn.
Yeah.
There's only one barn that anybody wants to go to.
Hook it up already.
And it's not the one with the livestock, so that they can have
I
that.
might actually
right.
I have that hookup, but the ranch
Awesome.
is not open yet because of COVID.
I want to see all
So
the
whenever it
non-profitable
reopens,
things.
faster field trip to Skywalker Ranch. And I know Anthony has to run a little bit. We're running late on time. I know lunch is technically supposed to start right now. At 12, we'll start the next design panel, but I want to do my last fire round because I know Anthony has to pick up his daughter. What advice would you give to your younger self or young creatives and creatives that are working at the intersection of technology, media, entertainment, games, things on Monster? So I'm gonna popcorn that to Anthony.
Advice, I think the best advice I could give you that I've experienced even just recently is to take that leap, that chance, and invest in yourself. Just do that, and yeah, things. It's so hard to say because, wow, that's a hard question all of a sudden, because you just have it's like no one else is gonna help you get to where you want to go. You have to really do it. Push yourself, and it's such a cliche thing to say, believe in yourself, but it is true. You want to be a creator, you have to start thinking like one and not devalue yourself, and your abilities. Or if you don't have those abilities, believe you could attain the abilities and have a goal, and then you could start building everything towards that goal. And sometimes it takes 20 years, but you get there eventually. Yeah, so I think that some people take 2 months and they're there.
Maybe not 2 months. Maybe not like
Yeah.
a boot camp, but maybe
You
a couple
lift,
years.
lift as you climb, right, guys?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what we're
And the
here
20,
for, community.
I had to preface that with you've been practicing all your life for that opportunity, that the one moment that you get to do. So never stop. doing what you love, and then the money will come. Don't worry about the money. Just do what you love. Cool. And that's my advice.
Before the other two respond, I will just mention, and what was so special about this panel is, so Ardis is the first Pinayan production at Lucasfilm. I know Gio was at ILM. Ronnie is an OG, and then Anthony, you're like one of two visual artists that were at Marvel, and like your work has been seen by millions of people. And so when, like Jamie said, lift as you climb, part of the reason I founded FASTER was to find where are all the leaders, and then how do I become like them? Can someone mentor me, right? So again, just what advice would you give to your younger self and young Filipinx American aspiring creatives at the intersection of technology? So either Gio or Ronnie.
I don't know, Ronnie, you want to go first? Or I don't want to go after Ronnie. No, I'm kidding. Go.
Oh yeah, go for it.
No, go.
I actually I do this mind experiment because I read this somewhere, and it was a character had actually visited their younger self in time. And I still do this as if like, what would I say to that kid who was trying to dream his way out of the predicament of living in the Philippines? It's martial law era. And then also the life is hard. There was no money and there was no future. You're not going to school. Things are dire. These are kind of not only career and soul crushing. This is the time wherein you feel like there are no lifelines that's going to come that you can see. One thing I tap myself on the shoulder in this imagined trip, and I would see myself like kind of hangdog, just staring into nothing and worrying that nothing is ever going to happen to him. And I say only one thing now, because before I used to have many kind of more detail. Do this, do that, do this. But these days I just say, don't mope.
Yeah.
Don't give this any more fuel.
Yeah.
Because you're doing it naturally from what you see, which is true for all human beings. I know that I am easily kind of just like anyone else. You feel like whatever it is that reality is telling you right now is not worth celebrating or probably worth being frustrated or sad about. But you have some control over this internally. And that control is that you can look at this as an opportunity to work on your own self. You can't change the circumstances. Bad luck may be on its way to staying for a long time, but I wish that I could have stopped moping. I could have kind of evinced more of like, I'm just going to go and pursue the things that I'm fascinated with, whether anyone pays attention to it or not, because it is good for me. It gives me these positive chemicals of being reinforced that I can participate in my own self-building. But I don't understand that as a kid, and very hard for children and young people to have the wherewithal to understand that. But I will say it anyway, because I know you won't hear it, and I know you won't pay attention. I know you'll still be frustrated, but I wanted to just put that little bug in your ear. Don't mope, because you are the only person who's actually going to matter in your own journey. And you might be ready one day to do something about this. But if you never work on the things that you are fascinated with, you never work on the things that actually make you feel alive, like your own craft, when that door opens, you won't be ready. And not only that, you won't have any joy in doing it because you're just busy moping. You associate the thing that you do, that you love doing, with frustration, with not having any breaks and feeling like the world is after you. And that's what I would say. And I wish that I would listen to that person. I would like to think that I would, but young people, the architecture is not right. And you want to listen to probably your friends and all the things that are happening around the world. Your friends are not going through the same thing that you are. Your friends are headed somewhere else. Do not be part of the herd that validates you, you think. Validate yourself. You're going to become someone that is more true to who you are, but you have to stop moping. Stop giving that any more time and energy. That's my advice.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Ronnie. And Gio.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I have to leave right now. Sorry, Gio. I would
Oh
stay.
yeah, no, Anthony.
But I have to go.
Thank you,
pick up my
Anthony.
daughter.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, everyone.
It's an honor to be a part of this with you, man.
Thank
You
you,
guys-
Anthony.
Let us
Thank you.
talk later. More stuff to come.
Tikbaar, yeah, man.
All right, see you.
Salamat.
Bye.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Salamat.
Well, for me, I think mine is sort of like an accompanying piece from what Ronnie had mentioned, because I was, doing a lot of thinking of why am I still excited? I've been in this business for over 20 years. I'm more excited now than I ever have been. And I think it's because of being open, I think is the one simple thing I can really think about is just being open to being wrong, being open to new opportunities, to hear out, many different flavors of feedback. May it be from a student, may it be from your manager, may it be from an artist you admire, anyone, and not being shut off into just my own world. Being an artist, we can be very, blinder like with that kind of stuff, but just being open. And I don't know at which point I shifted in that thinking, but when I did, I think that's really when I started forming better relationships at work, because there was more trust, because there was no air of superficial, or I don't know what you would call it, sort of like this, I kind of have my thing, I'm guarded. Well, I have nothing to, I'm confident in what I have, and so therefore, why would I hide anything from this person? And so by being open, we're able to communicate better. So it just frees up a lot. It frees up the arteries, essentially, I think is the one thing I take from that word openness, and it's helped me. Like, I'm known throughout my career as that person who they can trust, who they feel comfortable in talking, who they can feel comfortable giving feedback to, and that is huge because that propels you forward. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for your time today, Ronnie, Gio, Ardis, and Jamie. I love every time we hold faster stuff. I know it's a lot of like a labor of love for me to organize, but it's these types of conversations that we want to continue having. So outside of the one-time conference, we still have an organization that does events all throughout the year. We're gonna break for lunch. I know that some of our other panelists, we have another one on brand identity, graphic, visual, and UX design at 12. So please join us then. And for everyone that is on Zoom, you're happy to stay on, and we are still streaming on our Facebook live stream, both on our Facebook group and Facebook fan page. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Nuggets of inspiration.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having us.
Everyone. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And with that being said, welcome back to FASTERCon 21, day 2. This is our first session. I am joined by Nick, is it Abasolo?
Yes, Abasolo.
Abasolo from Dialpad as a product designer. And our 2 featured panelists, Eric Cruz, who's an executive creative director with loads of experience and very interesting stories. And Lisa, can you say your last name one more time?
Mayoni.
Mayoni, who is an assistant professor at Kansas City Art Institute. Welcome. I'm going to hand off the mic today to Nick to moderate the rest of the session. And if you have questions, feel free to pop them in the chat or the Q&A box if you're with us on Zoom, and I will be monitoring our Facebook live stream on our Facebook fan page and group. Thanks so much. Nick.
Great. Thank you so much, Erin, for the introduction. I'm so excited to be moderating this panel of these 2 lovely leaders in design, Eric and Lisa. So yeah, let's get right into it. A little quick background about me. My name is Nick Abasolo. Pronouns are he, him. Coming at you from San Francisco, California, the unceded ancestral territories of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. And as Aaron said, I am a product designer at Dialpad. I've been in various design roles for the past 6 years, specifically in product design in tech for the past 2.5 years over at Dialpad. I am Filipino American, as many of our panelists are, and I am a co-founder of Color ID, which is Dialpad's employee resource group for Black, Indigenous, and people of color at Dialpad. So, being POC in tech, Filipino in tech is a big, part of my career and part of my personal story. So I'm so excited to be a moderator here for FASTERCon 2021 and getting to know so many other Filipino Americans and Filipinos in tech and in design specifically. So with that being said, I would like to hand it off to our first panelist. Lisa, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Thanks, Nick, and thanks, Aaron and Eric, and just, yeah, thank you everyone for this opportunity to share and connect with so many folks out there. So my name is Lisa Mayoni. My pronouns are she, they. I am currently based in Kansas City, Missouri in the US, and I am a designer and educator and someone who has been passionate about how language and design intersect in the many ways that it does. Maybe next slide. I am Asian and I am an American. I am half Japanese. My mother is Japanese. I grew up in a bilingual household, my father being an American. And through that education of growing up and communicating in multiple ways, both through family and with friends and in my own head, I think my dedication and interest in how language sort of manifests and does and doesn't cross different kinds of boundaries has always been fascinating to me. That aspect is something that I bring into my work as a typographer, as an educator. I also see myself as a collector, someone who is always looking and looking to understand the world and what it's made out of and how we do things and what it looks like when we do it. I am also an advocate and a caregiver and dedicated in those spaces and their relationships. Next. A little about me. I was born in Japan. I, as I said, in between two families, a Japanese one and an American one. I grew up mostly in Northern California near Santa Rosa, so an hour north or so of San Francisco, and Houston, Texas. A lot of formative years down in the Lone Star State. Attended all public schools, both in California and Texas, and as a product of education in both public schools, art and design wasn't specifically a particular focus or something that was brought to bear there. But through sort of a variety of reading and of magazines and kind of realizing that there was more to this world sort of beyond the sort of superficial walls of a Texas suburb, I realized that maybe design, architecture, there seems to be things out there that were doing something different, and I was intrigued by this. I went to a summer program in design in Providence, Rhode Island. I started out at Savannah College of Art and Design, and as I didn't get into RISD and was happily able to kind of just figure out like what is my relationship with art and with design. Being a good drawer wasn't necessarily what I identified with, but there seemed to be something else about connecting ideas that I was more intrigued with. Between classes at Houston Community College and SCAD, I was able to transfer and ended up studying graphic design and typography at Rhode Island School of Design in Providence. And that led me to a sort of like a world of both people and stories and experiences for about 10 or so years in New York City, working as a designer there. I studied type design at Type at Cooper as part of the 2013 cohort. And it was through that experience that my work as an adjunct professor, as someone who was beginning to work in education and beginning to kind of see that perhaps there was something maybe more to give, more to offer, and also more to understand as a designer, both with and also adjunct to working as a professional at studios and various collaborations. Next slide. Through that work and through getting more exposed to typography, sort of seeing that there's a whole vocabulary of things that I was curious about. Again, my early interest in linguistics and language, I think very much resonated with that experience. After going to graduate school and wanting to expand my participation in education and looking at how art and design sort of comes into the hands and minds of people, I went into a full-time educator track. I was at Oklahoma State University for a year in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I'm currently now at Kansas City Art Institute, a four-year college of art and design. And at those, and in my current place, serve as full-time faculty in the graphic design department, teaching design histories, user experience, typography, data visualization, a whole manner of things there. Early on, when I lived in New York, I started, for instance, a design studio, which has been a space for me to be doing work alongside my maybe professional and sort of collaborative pursuits. Next slide. So we'll sort of go through a few of these visual slides rather quickly, just to say that through working through foundations at a early stage, even though at that point I didn't know if I would be a graphic designer, a photographer, a fiber artist, whatever it might be. Now thinking about spaces and the relationships we make there is something that I see in my work from early on. Next. Through seeing how sort of like making something out of nothing, whether it's scraps of paper and collaging and sort of putting things together that might not necessarily have any life on its own, but sort of being this arbiter or this sort of bringer together of meaning and of potential was something that was intriguing to me. Next. Lessons from very notable folks who have been working in design for many, many decades, thinking about color, thinking about form, thinking about publication design, thinking about how it is that we sequence stories is something that, again, sort of maybe grew through some of the projects in my undergraduate and have certainly continued in my professional life. Next slide. After I graduated from my undergraduate, I started doing freelance work alongside working at studios during the day. So kind of like moonlighting little projects and daytiming exposure to the design world. Editorial design became a significant part of both of those. Next slide. This collaboration with artists through collaborations with architects, designers. Those conversations grew into relationships that led to my growth, perhaps as not only as a graphic designer, but as someone who was interested in the modes between Metropolis magazine and architecture. Architecture, product design, and urban design magazines focus on sustainability. Next slide. Was a great space to be able to see how it is that we put together maybe our relationship with objects in the world, with the way that we talk about them and the way that we change them as we go along. And that world also giving me a sort of a greater sense of where a graphic designer can sit in relation to those things. Next slide. Through that work, I was an assistant art director there for several years, seeing the work as, especially of editorial design, as one that is collaborative, one that is always beyond any one given person, thinking of the magazine as something that has this sort of will and want to communicate and to bring together information that might not otherwise ever see one another, and create an audience through that. Next slide. After I was there for maybe in the late 2000s, I suppose, and then returned in 2013 or so as an interim art director, and was able to see both the work that I was doing as an educator, as a practitioner over those years, and how that work contributed to sort of new contributions to that magazine. Next slide. In the meantime, always doing work on the side. My relationship with Parsons, the New School for Design, started with working with the architecture department, the School of Constructed Environments, with some kind folks over there who wanted to start to this interior design symposium as a way to sort of build up towards a new MFA program they were developing. And at the time, I was still kind of scrappy, working on bits and pieces of projects on the while working at Wolf Olins, and this aftertaste project ended up becoming a 3-year collaboration. Next slide. That then led to not only the opportunity to work on some journals and other editorial work, next slide, with the department there, but also an appreciation for and an opportunity to begin teaching. Next slide. Seeing myself again as sort of a young graphic designer wandering through the world of New York City, in some ways had no idea or any sort of intention of teaching at the time, and to be given an opportunity to say, hey, we usually have architects teach this portfolio design course. Would you like to co-teach it? I thought, oh my gosh, I mean, yes, I have no idea. Like, well, okay. Have you ever taught before? Was the next question, and I meekly said no. And Laura Briggs, who is an incredible educator and mentor, said everyone has their first time, and that was an amazing thing to be able to be given. That maybe sort of the openness, the possibility, and the sort of knowledge that no one begins with all of the knowledge already. Next slide. And through that work that began as this poster, or that then became this relationship as an educator, seeing again sort of cohorts of students come through studying architecture and design, and really sort of looking at the world as something that is built, constructed, and created by many, both created on purpose and without always understanding all of the intentions and outcomes. Next slide. I think the social justice layer of the New School was a huge influence, and one that was very inspiring in relation to my practice as a designer. My work, or my time at Type at Cooper, which was a sort of like a 5-week kind of like slam bang lesson in typography and type design, not only was a refreshing and sort of wonderful way of sort of getting back into the seat as a student after being an educator for a little bit, and also a wide open door to say that the way that we teach and think about typography can look different, and to get into the inner workings was an incredible sort of layer of education that started there. Next slide, and you can keep going from here. Thinking about how it is that, next slide, that myself as a designer could be working with others. It felt like after about 10 years in New York, I thought, okay, like, yes, education is interesting. Yes, architecture and graphic design are still interesting to me. I've participating in academia has been intriguing. It feels like I'm sort of at a point that I want to sort of step back and see, like, what is it that I've learned this last decade, and what do I want to go forward with, and what do I want to maybe let sit. So the opportunity to go back to graduate school was part of that sort of era. And working with other colleagues in this project, for example, a graphic design biennial, was a wonderful case study to be able to see how students can look at one another's work, at work from prior, and sort of look to the future as an exercise together to understand our own major and our own interest and sort of pursuit in our work as designers. Next slide. And seeing the gallery space as another type of way of expression, wondering about how the graphic design might sit maybe typically on pieces of paper, on screens, projected, but instead that it can both be in life and live, and the combination of screens and light and physicality and virtuality could all live together. Next slide. And then those questions are still come with me as I work in my current spaces. Next slide. Thinking about that relationship between the screen and the image, knowing, sort of seeing the screen as a raw material, as something that is sort of seen every day, touched every day, and seen through each day, makes me wonder, what and how our attitude with images is shifting and changing before our eyes, literally, but also virtually. how that might play out in the way that I teach and the way that we might look at design histories as a place of artifacts and people colliding. And we'll wrap if you keep going slides. Collaborating with Fraser Grenion has been sort of another venue, next slide, to sort of see myself not only as a designer here, but a designer in the world, collaborating with folks in South Korea, in Norway, in Italy, in Berlin, and the Netherlands, etc. Sort of like being able to see, next slide, that we can communicate and create together in ways that are not necessarily sort of like made in the same room. And even pre-COVID, this was 2015, kind of tackling the sort of issues of not being able to be in the same room, but sort of wanting so badly to be able to collaborate with each other. And we joke that we were almost practicing for our last 18 months 3 or 4 years ago. Next slide. Next slide after that. So I'll end here, next slide, to say that sort of things start modestly, things start as small things and build up from there. Next slide. My relationship with the pen, with the brush, has started when I had calligraphy classes as a young person, and as I look at my mother's handwriting, who now has dementia and doesn't have her beautiful handwriting anymore, but somehow the lines and her touch and calligraphy and the brush all seem to sort of help me connect with that language and those ties there. Next slide. And how those things might manifest in different materials or objects, and might sometimes look like art or sometimes look like responses to design, but they all are part of the way that I respond to the world that I'm in. Next slide. And the way that I reflect on the objects and relationship with objects that are in this world, whether it be my own, in my family, or beyond. Next slide. I'll end here with Sister Karita Kent. We've all seen these rules possibly as students or as practitioners, but just maybe a few things to highlight here. One, to find a place and trust it for a while, and even as one wanders around the world. And if we go to the next slide, a few helpful hints at the very bottom corner there. So whether it's a classroom, an office, a playground, or whatever venue or places that we're in, how are we always, in what way are we around? How do we come and go to all of the things that are available there? Always go to the things that are happening. Read everything that you get your hands on. Look at movies and things that other people make carefully and intentionally. Keep everything, save everything, and because they might sort of come up for you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. That was an awesome insight into so much of design there. And from there, we will hand it off to our next panelist, Eric Cruz. Eric.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Cruz. First of all, I'm very honored to be here to be sharing this stage right now along with Nick and Lisa. I think it's very important for Filipino Americans to build community simply because there's just not enough of us out there. So we need to make ourselves more seen and more heard and more visible, frankly. So I thank you, Aaron, for inviting us to share our stories today. Next slide. So first, a little bit about who I am and what I do. I'm what you might call a creative hybrid. And what that means is I'm not interested in sort of one specific branch of creativity, but a lot of different strands of it. So I'm a creative director, I'm an art director, I'm a designer, I'm a tech enthusiast, also an educator. I've taught in all the different countries that I've lived at in the last 23 years or so. And mainly what I do is I work in the field of design, advertising, and product development. And to break it down even more, it's basically what I do is I help brands tell stories, create new products, design experiences, and use innovation as a kind of catalyst to make and create with. Next slide. So I'm what you might call a former Filipino, or so I'm told when I landed in NAIA, which is the Manila International Airport. The immigration officer asked me if are you a former Filipino? So I didn't quite know what that meant. But yes, I am an immigrant to this country back in the early 80s, fresh off the plane back then. Next slide. And I started my journey here. This is the house I was born into in the 1970s in San Juan in Crame, for those of you who know where that place is in Manila. Next. So sometime in December of 1983, after the assassination of the opposition leader Ninoy Aquino, my father thought it was best for us to move to the US to basically escape and move away from the political instability and the martial law that was happening in the Philippines in the last sort of almost decade that we existed there. Next. So that's how I ended up in LA. I like to say LA, but actually it's in the high desert, in the Mojave Desert, the suburbs of LA, at a place called Apple Valley, where there are no apples, mostly Joshua trees. Next. So sometime in high school, I went on a field trip to a place called Art Center here in Pasadena. And I stepped off the school bus and I saw 2 deers in the parking lot, and I was really, had a big impression on that day and thinking that, wow, I would really love to go to this school one day. But the reality was that I couldn't really afford to do that, right? So instead, at the time, my parents were encouraging me to go to West Point Military Academy because it was free, right? I didn't have to pay my way through school, or choose another path like studying business in order to have a secure future. Next. So sometime in 1987, I visited my mom. She had remarried an Air Force guy, my stepfather, and they moved to Spain. And so I ended up going that summer in 87 and sort of moving there. So what I thought was really quite interesting was I ended up sort of experiencing and living through the 2 sort of colonial countries that had dominated the Philippines, America, and Spain. And I think it's quite interesting to kind of experience those 2 different cultures in my youth, because so much of who we are as Filipinos is very much sampled from American culture, but also very much from Spanish culture. Next. So it was during that time in Spain that I ran across a GQ magazine article. And it was a story about an Asian American man whose parents ran a dry cleaning shop, and he told him, you shouldn't go to art school. And it was the same exact thing that I was going through, right? But what I loved about that story, reading that article, was that he became a creative director for this place called Bloomingdale's in the 80s and ended up changing the face of retail design. He invented the little brown bag that's kind of the iconic Bloomingdale's bag, designed interiors of restaurants, worked with famous photographers like Albert Watson, did campaigns and photo shoot with 1980s supermodel like Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell there. So but what that article gave me is really the permission and, more importantly, the courage to explore creativity as a kind of career path. So his name is John Jay, and he would later play a very pivotal role in helping shape who I am today. Next slide. So I remember my stepfather telling me one thing, and he said, Eric, artists are a dime a dozen. I think it was his way of basically telling me that very few creative people will ever make a living out of creativity. Next slide. And so what I did was something kept spinning in my head, which is this thing called what if, right? What if I was that dime in the dozen that he was talking about? And so I set to prove everyone out wrong, as rebelling against my parents, and consequently I got financially cut off. And so I ended up in the next slide, ended up at a place called VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. At that time, it was the biggest art school in the nation. And I ended up paying my way through a state school that I actually could afford. And what that allowed me to do was, the next 3.5 years was build a portfolio that would earn me a full scholarship to that school with the 2 deers that we just saw earlier. Next slide. So I ended up driving 3 days straight from Virginia to LA, going 110 miles an hour. I got a speeding ticket during that time. It was my grandmother's way. She's in heaven when that happened. It was her way of saying, don't die, you got to live. And so slow down, right? So next slide. So I arrived at this place called Art Center in 1994. And back then there was this new thing that was happening in design called interactive, right? And so that's exactly what I tried to pursue. I went to Pasadena as well as Switzerland, exploring this thing called digital or interactive design back then. Next slide. So the one thing that really stuck with me to this day from that time is a piece of advice that the then graphic design chair, James Miho, told me. And he says, every 7 years, you have to reinvent yourself, right? And I'm not sure that I fully understood what he truly meant back then when he gave me those words. But I think what happened is his words actually played themselves out into a kind of story that unfolded over the next 25 years of my career. And what he really meant in that is that change is the only constant that you will go through in life. So you have to keep evolving who you are and what you do in order to stay relevant, in order to never stop learning and constantly progress. Next slide. So in 1996 is sort of when I began my career. It's the year the internet was born commercially, meaning people started using it for real. It was also the year that the web reinvented the world. Next slide. So to understand my story is to understand the journey that I took on the next 23 years. It's a story of reinvention across the world, from the US to Europe to Japan to Malaysia and China, until I returned back here home in LA, which is where I'm currently at right now. So I've been fortunate enough to work with some of the world's greatest creative shops, from Studio Archetype, who were UI and UX pioneers in San Francisco, to Imaginary Forces here in LA and Hollywood, who basically revolutionized the film title industry and web design itself through this thing called motion graphics when they did the titles to the movie Seven. And into Wieden+Kennedy, who I still believe is, I worked with them for about 11 years in 3 different countries, but I think they are still, in my book, the best ad agency in the world, who continues to redefine what advertising is and what it could be. And then another highlight would be AKQA, my time in Shanghai, joining them as a digital agency who's, I think, arguably behind some of the most innovative ideas that we're seeing today. Next slide. So in many ways, my career developed in parallel very much with the evolution of technology itself. So thinking about the early days of the web and how it migrated into mobile and then onto social, and then evolving into this thing called AI, data, the Internet of Things, and more recently into AR, VR, and the metaverse. So I think that the work that I was doing kind of in a way guided people into these new worlds, but also invited them into spaces that they've become a part of and co-created. And essentially it was kind of, migrating people into digital environments and digital worlds. Next slide. So I'm what you might call a hybrid creative. I was born and raised in the digital era, meaning it's sort of the shift in the early 90s when computers sort of, freed everyone to be creative, to be able to kind of be a photographer, a designer, an illustrator, a filmmaker, all in one. So while I never understood why people wanted to specialize, so meaning people would choose to go only into advertising and people only chose to go into design or filmmaking, what I wanted to do was really dissolve the boundaries of all of those and break down the walls and really create with a kind of borderless creativity approach. Next. So my first gig was in San Francisco in the mid-90s for a guy named Clement Mock, who ran a company called Studio Archetype. Clement, you may not know of him, but he's you felt his contribution to the industry in that he was Steve Jobs' UI UX designer working in the Mac Classic back in the early 80s. But he also coined the term information architecture, which in my book is sort of the predecessor to what we're calling UI and UX design. So back then, the web was a much simpler place. It was very text-based and text-heavy, very low kilobyte and very low res looking, right? So one of the first projects I got to work on was designing the identity and the branding, as well as the website for IBM's Kasparov versus Deep Blue. So for some of you who know the gravity of that moment, it's one of the most iconic moments in computing history where a machine was going to beat a man in the game of chess. Next slide. My second job was actually up north at a place called Wieden+Kennedy in Portland, where my inspiration, John Jay, was actually working at the time, but we didn't get a chance to collaborate together back then because he was leading the global Nike business. And I was brought in to art direct for this the brand called Microsoft, particularly Microsoft Office. But somehow when I moved to Portland, one thing that kind of really struck me was that I never felt as Asian as I did when I moved there. And for some of you who have moved to certain cities throughout the US beyond New York, LA, San Francisco, I think you kind of know what I would be going through or feeling. So needless to say, I didn't last very long in Portland at the time. Next slide. So I ended up moving back down to LA and joined a company called Imaginary Forces, who are basically a company that seceded from RGA LA when I interviewed, Imaginary Forces when I started. It was founded by Kyle Cooper, the famous designer who basically created the titles to Seven. And working at Imaginary Forces was sort of like joining the Marines of design. It was the toughest place you could be in. And when I interviewed there, they said, it's sink or swim, baby. It's a kind of like Hollywood talk, right? So I tried to swim is what I did, right? So, but what that gave me was that it enabled me to learn a lot, how to produce film titles, motion graphics, create TV spots, music videos. And I got to work on The Mummy 1 and Spider-Man 1. And that's kind of how you know you've made it in life, is when the Mummy logo is a ride in Universal Studios and Taco Bell has your logo all over, and you can kind of tell your mom, this is what I do, in terms that they could understand. Next slide. So, but I worked very intensely and I overworked in those first 3 years of my career, and consequently I burned out. So I wanted to hit the reset button. Next slide. So I went back to a place called grad school at a place called Cranbrook Academy of Art in Detroit, Michigan in the late 90s. And the whole point in doing that was basically to unlearn, to erase, and to kind of deprofessionalize or undo all of the things that you've learned. And I think it was very important to do that for oneself, because it was a way for me to rethink what I wanted to do within design moving forward. Next slide. So, in grad school, you kind of have to come up with your own thing of what you're going to be doing, because it's self-motivated. It's not kind of a particular curriculum that you're following. So what I explored for my thesis was my personal identity as a Filipino American. So it was during that time that I discovered that Filipinos actually had their own form of alphabet system called Baybayin or Alibata. So I want to put that in context for all of you, because I think a lot of people kind of know that at this point in time. But rewind to 1999, most Filipinos, including my parents, have never known that or even heard of it, right? It's only kind of like hardcore historians who would have that knowledge. So there's very little information you could find online. So I decided to design a font that would express the Philippine language, what that could have looked like had it evolved to today. So in many ways, it was for me kind of a personal therapy, right? A way for me to explore who I am and what I'm about and where I came from. Next slide. So this is what my name would have looked like in Alibata, called Erickson Santos Cruz, but no one can read this, not even me, without sort of decoding it and back translating it, sort of syllable by syllable. Next slide. And so I started kind of doing these exercises where I would train or relearn my ABCs, except they were not in Roman characters. It was written in this form of alphabet, sort of relearning how to write ama or ina, which means mother and father, or lalaki or babae, which means man and woman. So these are my parents. So in many ways, it was a kind of a form of reverse colonization, right? A way for me to kind of deal with the fact that there was a lot of cultural extinction and erasure that happened in the Philippines from the Spaniards erasing our culture, from the Americans sort of like really kind of influencing and stamping their culture into us. Next slide. But what that did was it kind of really opened up another question inside my head, which is, what if Asia was a center of power in the world? And it kind of brought about this itch that I needed to scratch. And so I had this notion of returning to Asia, where I came from. Next slide. So after grad school, I backpacked my way through a country called China, and I landed in Beijing in this week, and I heard this huge outroar in the crowd, and they didn't quite understand it because I don't speak Mandarin at all. This was the moment they won the Beijing Olympic bid, right? And you could feel the energy across the whole country in the 3.5 months that I would basically go throughout the entire country. Next slide. So what that did was it gave me a kind of new purpose in terms of how I wanted to sort of, move my career forward. And it was essentially giving me a new purpose to reconnect and rediscover my Asian roots, but also somehow it seeded something in my head, which is, could I help reignite, rebrand, and reinvent Asia by actually moving there and making work that was relevant to Asian people in hopes of actually getting Asia to rise up? Next slide. So I ended up moving to Tokyo and finally got a chance to work with that man who inspired me when I was 17 years old living in Spain, named John Jay. And he ended up becoming a lifelong mentor to myself. Next slide. So this is some of the work, a snapshot of the work that I ended up doing in Tokyo in my 10 years that I was there. I credit that place as the place that I found myself and my voice and realized sort of what I could do as a creative. And what I loved about that time is that it enabled me to kind of combine all the things that I'd learned from design, from illustration, from art, from music, motion graphics, filmmaking, editing, interactive, and putting that all together into one practice called advertising because it could reach mass audiences, but doing it in a Wieden+Kennedy way, meaning in a way that doesn't look like advertising, in a way that could connect with real culture and real people. And I created campaigns for Nike, Google, PlayStation, and Kumon. So this was what my day job was. Next slide. So on the side, I helped co-found an experimental music label for Wieden+Kennedy called WK Tokyo Lab. And it was an outlet for us to actually make and create beyond advertising itself. And it allowed me to explore my love for music, which is actually the trigger of why I became a designer to begin with, following bands in my youth and kind of wanting to design album covers and things like that. So, you know, within this outfit called WK Tokyo Lab, I got to curate the bands that we would sign into our label, direct their music videos, design their packaging, do their websites, and VJ and tour with them in their live shows. So while others sort of went home after 9 p.m. Post work, I basically from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. I would rock out in the office and, you know, with these bands that I collaborated with. And I did that for about 7 out of the 10 years I was in Tokyo. Next slide. So my journey kind of, you know, came to a full circle in the mid 2015 or so, where it all began. Basically, I got the opportunity to go and work in China. Next slide. So after the 2008 Olympics in Beijing, China, to me, kind of really emerged as a new land of opportunity where the new gold rush was happening and where technology was really kind of helping transform and reinvent China as a nation that we know it today. Next slide. So in 2015, I joined a company called AKQA in Shanghai, and it's an agency that's born out of the digital age, exploring the intersection of where art, science, and design come together to create products, services, and experiences for brands. So we wanted to reinvent the world through digital transformation, and we were very much driven to make and create things that have never been done before. So pioneering new ways of doing things, new ways of storytelling, new ways of creating campaigns, new ways of doing product. Next slide. So globally, we had a very clear vision and mission, which was to help co-create the future. But I think that was especially resonant in a country like China because it was a country that was obsessed with rebranding its image and using technology and innovation to become the sort of new tech capital of the world. And it was, you know, government backed, that sort of vision of China moving forward. And that's sort of the flavor that was in the air at the time. So next slide. And here's a look at the what a new made in China could look like. So we'll play you a two-minute film here with sound.
Or is the sound coming through? Or
Can y'all hear it? I don't think I can hear it.
There's no sound.
Oh, here we go. Is it coming through now?
Yep. So next slide. So after 20 years of working around the world, I thought it was time for me to move back home. I wanted to raise my 10-year-old daughter in the country that I grew up in and sort of help shape my vision of the world. And so we moved back here to LA, but also it was a way for me to kind of get back into the tech industry back home here. So I joined a company called Sidley Digital Kitchen, and I landed in LA in February of 2020. And for those of you who remember that date, that was just in time for the national lockdown that happened in early March. Next slide. So in the pandemic, there was a lot of companies that were trying to figure out how they could engage with their audiences. And Warner Brother basically came to us to reimagine what Comic-Con and E3 could look like in 2020. And so I think at that time, online experiences was the only way that brands could really truly connect with their audiences. So we developed this concept called DC Fandom, which is essentially a 24-hour virtual live event that gave fans a sneak peek into DC's sort of franchise of content and games. So hidden inside this whole sort of multiverse, we created the Joker's Escape, which is, imagine this as a kind of first-person POV gamified film. What does that mean? It basically combines film storytelling of what you would see kind of when you watch DC movies, but you combine that with real-time gameplay, similar to playing a game, video game, and we're using Unity 3D, which is, for some of you who know Unreal Engines and Unity 3D, it's basically what the metaverse is being built from right now. So this project was pivotal in sort of a pioneer in the sort of early stages of what the metaverse is sort of evolving into. Next one. And I was also fortunate enough to work with Ray-Ban on their new smart glasses. This was Facebook's entry into hardware, right? A stepping stone into creating the next computing platform through wearable devices that you're wearing on your eyes. Facebook Reality Labs partnered with Digital Kitchen, where I was working at, to help R&D and define the product experience, explore the creative formats of what happens when you capture all of these videos in your first-person point of view glasses, designing the UI system all the way down into the sort of unboxing experience when you buy these pair of glasses. So needless to say, 2020 was a very fruitful and exciting year for myself. Next slide. So I wanted to end with this thought that, what does all this mean? What does this all amount to? To me, the world that we were born into is very different than the world that we live in today. And I feel that we're living through what is perhaps the most creative moment in history because so much has changed and there's so many new possibilities through technology. This is a time in which innovation and creativity are helping define the way forward and reinvent the world around us. Next slide. And to me, the new world that we're living in requires new rules, new thinking, new ideas, new expressions that fit the times that we live in. Because to me, 21st century problems require 21st century solutions. Next slide. And the key to unlocking the new and the not yet, but doing that now is through creative innovation. To me, creativity and innovation will define who will own the future. Creativity and innovation will power the next. Next slide. But to do this, we have to give ourselves to the present in order to create that future, in order to invent tomorrow today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Eric. This is amazing.
Thank you so much, Eric. That was also great to hear. I feel like I just watched 2 of my lectures back in design school. So informative and so well presented. So thank you both. I'm going to take a break from the screen share here so that we can move on to our Q&A portion here in the last 15 minutes. We have some questions for both of our panelists, but as well, if anyone out in the audience over Zoom or Facebook Live are interested in getting a question or two in here, feel free to drop them in the chat. But I'm just going to start off, posing these questions to the both of you. Starting off with your design careers, both of you kind of dove into this a little bit at first, but I'd be curious, and I think people in the audience would be curious as well, what kind of inspired you to pursue creative design and specifically the areas of specialization that both of you are in right now?
Lisa, you want to take that? I mean, I'll start. I think for me, it really did start with magazines and just sort of feeling like there was something else. There was like this other feeling or these other worlds or other people doing these other things, and that this was like a window towards that. So it's like the power of being able to sort of hand someone something and have all of this sort of maybe entrances contained in it. I don't think that's limited to magazines. I think that's just sort of like one instance of that. I think we see that in so many different media. But I think when I felt that and sort of sensed that connection, and also the ability that someone makes these things, someone puts these things together, I think that turned on the sort of interest of and question of, okay, like what is this design thing here? Tell me more.
I think for me, the initial trigger, as I said, was music and music videos. Growing up in the 80s myself, and sort of this desire to kind of design packaging for the bands that I loved, and I was able to do that through Tokyo Lab, which is the music label I helped found in Tokyo. But I think to me, as I sort of grew up in the field, there's other kind of inspiration that has kind of threaded behind the scenes. In particular, technology. And why I love technology is because I think it pushes us to reimagine how we could reinvent the world and shape it in a new light, right? And I think on a personal level, being a father the last 10 years, that really kind of inspires me to evolve the world, because I want to help build a world and design it that is going to be a better world, a more optimistic world for my girl, right? And I think it's looking at those things and kind of going, it starts in the personal, but it kind of becomes a bigger type of mission that you have, as you grow older.
Yeah, for sure. And staying on the topic of, using design to kind of change the world or make the world a better place. Curious, both of you as Filipino Americans or Asian Americans, what does it mean to you to be a Filipino American or Asian American in design? And how does that kind of sense of identity influence your own design practices?
You want to take that first, Eric?
Sure. So I think it's for me kind of something that I've taken from a personal level, exploring that font that I designed in grad school. But that really was kind of in many ways the point of entry or the doorway that kind of I went through and opened it up to a much bigger global conversation of moving back to Asia and wanting to create work that was for Asian people that reflected a lot of their own values, right? So in a lot of the work I was doing there, besides the fact that it was featuring Asian people, right? For Nike campaigns, for Kumon, for example, right? We helped take Kumon from a sort of small mom and pop brand in Japan to a global franchise. And when we create campaigns for Nike in Tokyo, in Korea, in China, and in Southeast Asia, I think that was sort of the time in the history of the world where brands like Nike, Jordan, Converse, Apple sort of started moving worldwide, right? So I think what that did was, rather than just sort of taking a global voice, a piece of film that comes from the US or comes from Europe and being subtitled in the local languages in Asia, it was a time in the world where you were starting to see Asian people, you were starting to see a kind of movement that was celebrating who we are. And that was the sort of driver or motivation and focus for me to create within a country like Japan, who was basically the lead at the time for that decade for Asia Pacific, 11 countries and cities, right? And then moving on to a country like China, because it shifted from Tokyo to China, to Shanghai, and creating work that was not just celebrating, what Chinese people are about, but in that way, kind of, creating some projects that were originating from Shanghai that you haven't seen in any other part of the world. So that for me was kind of a big sort of personal fulfillment in a way, that I was able to help kind of shape some of the work that redefined what Asia is and what it could be. Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, just to, as an educator, I think as I'm thinking about it, I mean, some of my, well, I guess two things. One is that in academia, there's not enough people sometimes, and specifically people of color. And I think as far as professors that really influenced me, one of my first professors that I particularly connected with was half Guamanian, half American, and she was also I don't know, seeing someone else who was mixed and was sort of Asian, but also in Savannah, Georgia, and also kind of like feeling like there's a lot of white people here, and just sort of like feeling a little bit like, where are we? And of course, I mean, she has her own story too. And Rose, if you ever see this, I'm sorry if that's a hilarious way of putting this, but in some ways it was really empowering to see her there and to have her be so maybe a person to be able to connect with, and someone who's also from Texas. It happened to be, I think, zooming forward, being someone who is able to teach design histories and to be able to come with the knowledge I have from my own experience of learning histories in my undergraduate and through my career, but also bringing my perspective and sort of being interested, open, and sort of like not dedicated to any one kind of genre or point of view, and being able to bring myself as a person who has grown up in a multicultural sort of both home and sort of like mind life, and bring that to the classroom. And I think that's not sort of like unheard of. Our students are in that space. They are increasingly mixed in some ways. So I want to be there and want to sort of both receive and see those people and sort of be that entry point and be that person who is thinking about and excelling how it is that we might teach or get exposed to that information.
I think just to add to that, there's one Nike ad that I saw at Wyden that always stuck with me to this day, and it's a Nike women's ad, and it says, "We are the stories we tell." Right. And that sticks with me even 25 years later, because I feel if we don't go out there and we don't show who we are and we don't celebrate our identities as Asian Americans or as Asian people, it won't help move things forward. Right. And that's the reason why you're seeing things like Shang-Chi, the movie, kind of, help disrupt and change the American perception of what America is about. Right. I think it was one of the most recent things that I've seen. If you rewind 25 years ago, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon by Ang Lee was able to do that. It was the first film that American people were willing to watch with subtitles, right? And is the most current example of that, in that it is breakthrough because, oh man, there's an Asian person that I'm looking at that's a superhero, right? So I can't remember a time in the world where Asianness has kind of, in a way it's kind of being celebrated, but in a way it's kind of also being hated, right? If you look at, BTS, to give an example, if you look at Blackpink and you look at Korean cinema, Korean culture, Squid Games, that is kind of the rage on social media right now. You look at this sort of consciousness of what Asian people are doing worldwide, even from Asia itself, meaning imported from South Korea to the US. Whereas before, we grew up in a time where everything was being exported from the US everywhere else in the world. So people were listening to Justin Timberlake, Michael Jackson, and all of these sort of big bands, but everything was sort of a one-way conversation from Hollywood, the music industry, pop culture in the world was basically centered around America and Europe. And now it's sort of reversed.
Definitely. And I love that. Yeah. I love that sort of like that. It's an exchange as it always should be in a way.
Yeah, for sure. And I love how, especially, these are creative works that's being shared. I think something both of you says is that, we don't often see Asians in these creative fields. And so, we don't understand that we can be in those roles ourselves. But now that, we're importing so many of these cultural products, like you said, Eric, BTS, Parasite, Squid Game, it kind of gives us permission to be creative in design as Asian Americans. And same thing for you when you said, Lisa, being that Asian American person in academia for your students, that's a great example for students and people around America to see themselves in that kind of a position. I think we have time for 2 more questions before we wrap up. First off, I'm going to ask each of you, maybe let's start off with Lisa and then go up to Eric. What do each of you see next as the future of your respective fields? What can we hope to look out for?
Oh my goodness. educate. I mean, I think the experience of college being more of this sort of in creating it together. I think working with students, I think my students want to collaborate with each other. I think they want to create the time that they're having, as much as me having some ideas and sort of doing it or telling them that this is what we're going to do, to really sort of like see one another as people who can propose and converse about what it is that we could be doing together, seeing design history sort of increasingly sort of expand and just be really generous with what it is that we're looking at, how it is that we're looking at it, and where we're finding it. I think that is certainly happening now. BIPOC design history being one program in which that conversation is being hosted and being really encouraged by that. I think the last is that knowing as ever, right, it's what we are born into. And I think, Eric, you mentioned this quote at the end, the world that we start in isn't the world that we're in right now, or that we'll be in 10 years from now, 25 years from now. So sort of finding as many different ways to share that kind of sentiment with emerging designers, to say that, you know, it's not that you're not prepared. It's more like this is the work. Like the work looks like this. It doesn't always look like, it doesn't have a one-to-one relationship with exactly this one thing. And to find comfort in that, or to find excitement in that, and to know that that's a good thing and a useful thing.
Yeah, I think for me, it's the thing that I'm most excited about is Web 3.0 and sort of this shift into AR, VR, and the metaverse. And not just because it's a hot topic, but I feel in many ways, a lot of this stuff I've been exploring has explored sort of themes of what the metaverse is about, right? Everyone's kind of seen by now Ready Player One, and that was donkey years ago. But I think there's a shift that's happening within, you know, global culture and tech culture that is the same sort of feeling that you felt in 1996 when I began this whole journey. And I think that's, to me, the most exciting thing, is that the whole world will transform. The whole world is going to evolve, and it's going to be a very different place. And I love the fact that creative people and technologists are at the forefront of that hierarchy in helping rethink the world forward, right? And I think that's to me where you know, this sort of notion or thought of developing an innovator's mindset, right? And kind of, you know, challenging yourself to, how do you become part of that evolution? How do you spearhead that transition into what will happen next? And so that's to me what you know, the future kind of holds. And it's important to kind of go back to that quote of every 7 years you have to reinvent yourself, except I think it's getting faster and faster, right? The rate of technology is as such that it's no longer 7, it may be 3, and in a few years it may be 1, and it may be like on a monthly level, you know, you can't keep up, and that's beautiful.
Sure, thank you. And I think we have time for one more question. And Erin, I think you have one last question, so why don't you go ahead?
I do. Before we do the whole, what's the student advice question? We always ask that every year. This is actually related to Eric's work, and he talked more about the metaverse, but both of you can respond. How are you seeing the future of design as we think about, I know he sent you both a chapter from the book I had, Creating AR, VR, from my friend Silke Meisniks, who's the head of emerging design at Adobe. And I'd asked her to write that chapter, you know, just really thinking about sensory design is the term she called it. So how do we, and in particular, Eric, like when you're working with Ray-Ban, what's the most surprising thing that you learned as you designed that whole process for Facebook Reality Labs? Just because I know Facebook Connect, which used to be called Oculus Connect, their developer conference is happening later this month. I can't wait to see, like, I don't know, before they announced we're doing an R&D prototype, and to have like a commercial product for AR, VR, not just glasses, but just thinking about IoT, watches, etc. How is the Filipino American body, you know, represented there? How is it that we are experienced in content, whether it is Filipino American specific or not, but even just as a human being, whether it's sight, sound, you know, touch, feel, maybe minus smell of vision and taste, even though I have seen stuff like that for VR too. I was just curious to know, you know, as you're looking at type, how is that evolving, you know, with what we see and how we experience design that you think is next. So what's surprising in what you did in that experience to Eric? And I guess with Lisa, both of you broadly, how are you thinking about human-centered design evolving now with emerging tech?
I'll take that one first. I think I can't reveal too much of the other internal stuff, obviously, but I think to me that project was a stepping stone, right? In that what we saw from Ray-Ban is basically Facebook putting a stamp in the ground saying we're now creating hardware and wearable devices, because previously to that, they were a social company, right? And so by them doing that, it's sort of putting a stake in the ground that experiential will be the new sort of platform that we will all emerge into, right? And I think in that sense, the world will become different, and in a way that it's going to become more layered, more immersive, more experiential, and a lot more personal. And what I mean by that is, if you think that, in 3 years' time is sort of what I'm guessing is when all, the big boys in Facebook, Google, and Apple are probably going to have wearable devices that can mediate the world around you. And even if we walk down the same street, we could have a completely different experience based out of the sort of personal triggers that are happening in real time. Meaning walking down the same street in Tokyo and Lisa versus Nick versus myself will be a completely different feel, right? Because it's going to become increasingly more immersive, increasingly more experiential, increasingly more personalized. Lisa?
No, and I mean, it's wild to think about like how that sort of like that personal experience, that sort of like inside, makes me think how can we make sure that we're also good at describing what it is that we are experiencing so that aspects are shareable, because we might not ever be able to truly look through each other's eyes. I mean, we can't really now either, but in some ways we can almost like, is part of it going to be trying one another on, part of it going to be describing and expressing what it is that we're experiencing so that we're able to connect. So I think those things are exciting to me in the sense that those are to think about the world as the interfaces, right? And that every surface is going to be activatable, not simply the ones that we design for or design sort of, contained in a way. The sensory experiences as they are layered with augmenting our reality might be something that that shifts in different ways. So yeah, all useful and exciting, and love that these conversations are ways for us to share what we're doing.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for the question, Erin. And yeah, we have 1 minute left in our panel. So real quick, for our last question, we have a lot of young professionals, young creatives in the audience. What's one piece of advice that you would give to all the young creatives out there watching the panel today?
I think for me, it would be to really kind of discover who you are in order to know who you're meant to be. And I think that's something that only you can do for yourself. Right. And once you do find that out, I think you need to stick to your guns and kind of, have self-belief in the path that you want to go through. And most importantly, learn how to listen to your instinct. There's always going to be the sort of rational choices in life, but there's always going to be that voice inside your gut, inside your head, that's going to sort of point you in a compass forward. Right. So you kind of have to learn how to, find yourself in order to become who you want to be. And I think the other thing that I would say would be have a peripheral vision in life and kind of learn how to look beyond the horizon. And I think I'm super jealous at the young people who are sort of coming into the world right now, in that I know there's a lot of sort of negativity and sort of, the world is not as beautiful or as fruitful as it was for their parents or the previous generations. But I think every generation goes through something like that. And I think where it becomes exciting for me is think of the possibilities, right? In that social as a practice, as a career didn't exist 10 years ago. Right. And when you look at things like the metaverse or even wearables or AR and VR, that to me is a whole completely new world that young people are all going to end up defining for the rest of us moving forward. And I wish I was born in this generation to kind of think, wow, it's going to be a very different ride moving forward. Lisa?
Thanks, Eric. Lisa?
Yeah, I love that. I think one thing I'd add is that just you out there, you're already doing so much. You already are full of experience and thoughts and ideas and so much. Like, you don't need to be augmented, you know, like you are not the thing that needs to be augmented. In a way, all of this stuff that we're making, one hopes that it allows you to sort of meet the world even better, more align yourself with others and align yourself with where you want to be. But you already are already you're enough, you know, and you're enough for this future. You're going to be there for it, and it's going to be incredible because you're there. So yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. I feel inspired.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for your time, Nick, Eric, and Lisa. If you are watching on Facebook Live, please share it. Facebook group, Facebook fan page. Check out all of Lisa and Eric's amazing work. They've spent a good amount of time, like Nick said, with a good amount of design lecture that I wish I had, you know, early on in my career. So thank you again for taking the time. We're about to transition to the next panel.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye. And next up, we have Ian Gomez, our marketing director, responsible for sponsorships. I'm going to hold them to it after this conference. We're still going to be hitting some of you all up. Nick, I will be emailing Dialpad, Adobe, and other companies. We have our very first, I'm so excited, talk on not just design, but also one of my other favorite fields, AI. And we have two amazing panelists, Emilio Passi, who's at the director of design technology, right, at PunchCut, and Jeremy Jachim, who's at Adobe. I can't remember your long full title, but you're designing and developing on machine intelligence. And with that being said, I'm going to hand off the mic and screen sharing to Ian. And if you have questions, I'll be moderating the chat here and on Facebook Live. Ian.
Awesome. Thank you, Erin. Welcome everyone to our panel today. Super excited to be moderating it. All right, let's get started. So with me, my name is Ian Gomez, and as Erin said, I'm leading the sponsorships for FASTER, and there's my LinkedIn if you'd like to connect with me. A little bit about me. So I'm from Union City. I went to school in Santa Barbara. Yay, Erin, we're from the same hood. And now I live in San Jose, California. My Filipinx heritage is my mom's from Diamantina, Isabela, and my dad is from Nueva Ecija, San Jose City. So that's in the northern Philippines.
Also, Ian, can you hit present so that it goes full screen?
Yeah. Does that work? Awesome. Okay, so you can see me and my barong and my cousin's wedding last year in the Philippines with my parents. All right. So what I do, so I head up customer programs for H2O.ai, specifically leading driving adoption and awareness within our top global accounts. So these are some of the accounts I've worked with or I'm working with currently. And what I did, I also led our global our AI and machine learning meetups. We started off probably around 3 meetups in the US, and now it's expanded to 40 countries, 101 groups, and almost 200,000 members. Here's my lovely team that helped me expand our meetup groups and also help us expand the H2O World, which is our global user conference. Quickly, how I got into tech. In 2009, I worked for Gucci. After lots of hard work and persistence, I got my first tech job at HP Enterprise, then grew from there. I transitioned in marketing with a startup called DataTorrent, and then stayed with H2O for about 4 years, and then a little stint at Grid.ai as heading up their marketing team, and then got called back to H2O most recently. So that's my quick story into tech. I'll hand it off over to Jeremy.
Cool. Yeah, that's really interesting, Ian. I got to talk to you a little bit later about HP. I spent some time there as well. Yeah, my name is Jeremy Joachim. I'm an experienced developer on the machine intelligence design group at Adobe. Here's some of my socials here. Can I could tell you next slide or something? Yeah, is that good? Oh yeah, okay, cool. So outside of my role at Adobe, just generally speaking, I'm a creative technology designer. And I think that's meant some different things at different times, depending on how you read it. I spent time being a designer who used creative technology as a way to help design and things. And now I'm sort of starting from the other side, designing the creative technology itself at Adobe in my role. So yeah, excited to talk about that a little bit. Before getting into that, I have a little slide about my Filipino heritage. I'm half Filipino. My dad is from India. My mom is from the Philippines. And if you go next slide, they met in the States, where next slide, I was born. And so there's, I think, a little bit of a shared experience across people who are not just mixed race, but also mixed Filipino, and in that, like growing up here in the States, there's some culture that you get and some culture that you sort of like learn along the way. And so I'm always excited to meet people who have different experiences going through their Filipino side and all that. I briefly, I guess, to cover like what I did in school to get to where I am now. I went to school at Brown University, where I studied mechanical engineering. I spent like a couple of years doing mechanical engineering stuff, and then was feeling like, well, I got sold on this premise of like mechanical engineers and engineers in general take these problems that have existed for a long time and come up with solutions that have never existed before. And it was really fun. But then I was doing like a lot of problem sets and a lot of exams and not a lot of building. And so that sort of brought me to want to take some courses at our school down the street, Rhode Island School of Design, in industrial design. And so I spent some time between the two schools learning about like the ways that engineering and design come together. And I think assistive technology, inclusive design were really big ways that the sort of cohesion of those subject areas made sense to me. A lot about thinking and learning of like, what is it that people want as opposed to like, what is it that we can make? And who are these people that we're making things for, right? I continued to also like take classes in electronic music and multimedia stuff at Brown, and sort of new media art at RISD. And that's how I think I got into the creative technology field. If you go next slide, I think I have a couple of stills of just all the things that I was doing instead of probably doing my homework, of just in school doing a bunch of projects, trying to fill out a portfolio, learning what a portfolio even was. Art projects, like robotics projects, like installations and making musical instruments and running hackathons and things like that. Just trying to figure out like what was interesting about collaborating with other people and taking technology and art and design and sort of smashing them together. And if you go next slide, in my career, I ended up doing something very similar. I moved on to a role at a design agency as a creative technologist. I was learning what even a creative technologist was, but it was a lot of making installations for brands and museums and things like that, where we took technology and used it as a way to tell stories of clients, whether that was like on the top left, this story of how Samsung made their phones that we installed at the Olympics, or a couple of museums on the bottom left and the top right that use lots of different types of inputs other than just a screen touching. And this installation that I worked on some technology concept for on the bottom right, that's at AT&T's Discovery Pavilion in Austin. And so I have a few slides after this, Ian, that just talk about basically where that's brought me to Adobe and how I work in Adobe between design and AI. But maybe I can save these for if we sort of come back to these, because I feel like that was a pretty comprehensive intro of me.
All right. I coming through?
You're good, Emilio.
Well, can't see my picture, so I'm not sure if this is working, but I'm going to assume this is good. Hey,
Yeah.
everyone. Awesome. So yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for the intro and creating the space, Aaron and Ian, for us to tell our stories. My name is Emilio. I am the Director of Design Technology at PunchCut. If you want to know more about me, you can look me up on LinkedIn and Medium, but I'll tell you a little bit more in the next few slides. Actually, it's pretty exciting hearing from Jeremy on this. I think there's a lot of interesting kind of background and overlap in some of the work that we do, and our heritage as well, being of mixed heritage and also of mixed kind of disciplines at work. What I do at PunchCut, now PunchCut, to set some context, is a design firm. We do digital product design and innovation. This means that we do a lot of UI and UX work for clients with emerging tech. The company as a whole has been doing this for almost 20 years, dating back to some of the earliest smartphones. So before we had iPhone and those kinds of things, and the path to making those sorts of things were clear, our firm was trying to figure out how to make that happen. And so as design technologists, what a design technologist is very similar to the role that Jeremy was describing a moment ago with the creative technologist. This is a sort of hybrid designer developer. And when you are working with a lot of new tech and you're trying to understand how to work for that, if you're used to the mobile and web space, and that's something you're very familiar with, when you enter this new world, you're not exactly always sure how to work with it. So one of the ways that we get familiar with that new technology is to have a design technologist actually get their hands in it. So we'll do prototyping, technical research, and sometimes actually get directly into prototyping into the medium natively, but maybe more often than not, actually simulating it through technologies like React and an interface level to understand what the language of that system is. So whether it's voice, wearables, AR, and then more recently, kind of the AI data science space, there's some common things, threads that we find through those things around, asking about what are the inputs to the system, what are the outputs of the system, what's the notion of state in the system, how do you transition between the different states, whether you're doing a website or a mobile app, all of those kinds of things are questions we're going to ask for those sorts of devices. And so that is where I'm at today. But my story getting here starts on the next slide. As I mentioned a moment ago, I am of mixed heritage. My mom is from Guadalajara, Mexico. My dad is from Manila. That's him in this picture in 1945 as a little kid. I credit both my mom and dad for cultivating a lot of the curiosity and creativity that I've needed to be successful in my career. But I like highlighting this particular moment in my heritage because it's rather poetic in my mind, and part of my creative origin story of my dad and grandpa in this picture. My dad would grow up to be a graphic designer. So I grew up with that in the house, the importance of visual communication. My grandfather was a mechanic. And so I like to think that a little part of me, of both of them, is in the way that I think and approach problems from this kind of big picture creative perspective from my dad, and the more analytical and technical perspective from my grandfather. Growing up as a kid, I like to draw a lot, whereas a lot of other kids like to probably draw, people, comic books, and animals and landscapes. I like drawing machines and products and airplanes and cars. And not only that, taking the time to annotate how I thought these things could actually work. And I remember showing one of these pictures to my grandfather in one of the last conversations I remember having with him, and him looking at it and say, I can't tell if you're going to be an artist or an engineer. And I feel like that was prophetic for my career, which I outline on the next slide. I like to think about the overall arc of my career in these 3 chapters. There's my period studying computer science at Cal Poly and as an intern at NASA, and also a little bit kind of cultivating what it meant for me to bring design into that. Later on, I would focus on product design for about 10 years at Macromedia and Adobe, making design tools for other designers, and then cutting my teeth on mobile at Nokia. And then the last 10 years, transitioning more to the agency side where I could give a little more variety and apply both my skills in coding and design. I think the journey into what it means to be both a coder and a designer, everyone's got a slightly different story of how they got into this. I certainly had the influence from my dad on the visual communication side. That was always an important part of what I did. I took a graphic design job actually in college while I was studying computer science. I worked for the campus paper on the advertising side of things. And with me, I always had this notebook. It was just very natural for me to work out ideas the way a designer does conceptually before they commit to producing it. And in one of my software engineering classes, I remember doing a lot of UI work. I really love UI work. I'll probably dig into that in a little bit. It's kind of my creative path. But I did this weird thing that was weird, at least in the eyes of my professor, which is I would draw pictures of the interface in the notebook before we would code them. And this is like, mind you, this was, mid 90s, late 90s. That was a very weird thing before it became common these days. And he said, you should get a career doing that. So that's what I did. I spent 10 years then doing that at Macromedia, Adobe, and Nokia, focusing on a very kind of traditional sort of product design, digital product design path. But eventually, I really wanted to bring the programming back in. I brought it in by way of prototyping. I got really into Flash at the time, doing kind of interactive motion media, using it to prototype interfaces. And I liked that so much that I ended up wanting to concentrate on that a little bit more in the form of tool development, automation, and prototyping at Razorfish and PunchCut. Yeah, so most of my work has been in the mobile and web space, but the stuff that I'm most proud of is what was outside of that space. Starting back again, as I mentioned, working at Macromedia and Adobe, I was a product designer on Flash. So not only did I get to apply this product, I actually got to have a small hand in moving it forward, especially on the video components of that. So those of you who may not be old enough to remember Flash, Flash was a very popular way of creating rich interactive media in the late 90s and 2000s. It's still around, actually. I think it's part of the Adobe Creative Cloud is Animate. Yes, yes. So everyone's got a story learning Flash at some point, seeing the comments coming through. So yeah, it's a product near and dear to my heart, and basically set in motion my becoming a design technologist. More recently, through these engagements led by PunchCut, I've gotten into consumer electronic interfaces. So I had a hand in this Fitbit Ionic, where I did some interface design work for there and some prototype tooling for them as well. And even more recently, the PlayStation 5, which launched last year, some interface design for them as well. So yeah, I think we're going to dig into this maybe a little bit later, but if I kind of give the greatest hits, having worked now for 21 years now, you definitely rack up a lot of things you wish you knew when you started, but I'll kind of give you some of the quick ones here. If you are, I don't know who's all listening right now, but if you are a computer science major, a software engineer major, and you're thinking, I'm not sure, or I like coding, but I'm not sure that I want to be an app developer or a software developer. Coding isn't just for making apps. It took me a long time to acknowledge that and be okay with that as a UI prototyper. That's how I use code. You could be a data scientist. You could apply it more creatively. Look at some of the applications that Jeremy is doing at Adobe in his previous roles as well. There's other routes for you. And if that makes you feel uncomfortable, I like to offer this second bit of advice around, it's more fun to make up your own job. It was very frustrating for me at the very beginning of my career to not have this set path. The software engineers was very clear, the UI designers was very clear, but being in between, it's really hard to make that work. But I found it actually over the last 20 years to be more rewarding to have invented that and made it my own. And I think that leads us to that last point there about remembering to check in with younger you. For those of you particularly as you start to work longer, the meetings, the politics, the career ladders can start to cloud what it is that you love about this work. And so I try to always remember what 15-year-old me would say about what I'm doing now, and is he cool with it? Is it on the level? Is it exciting? And if it's not, change it up.
Awesome. Thank you for those intros, Emilio and Jeremy. So let's get started with a few questions. Starting with your journey, how did you get into tech and design? I'll pass it over to Emilio first.
Yeah, tech and design. Okay, so I think it really started for me. Actually, it's a funny story with tech. I grew up in the 80s. I actually really didn't like computers a lot. We would get pulled out of class to use them, and there was a lot of command line work, which I wasn't into, and I didn't understand the point of what we were doing. My dad, who was a graphic designer, had this interesting transition in his time where he needed to swap the artboard in our house with a Mac. This was 1990. And I remember the first time booting it up and seeing like a little smiley icon, and there's this little bar at the bottom of the screen or in the middle of the screen, and it would inch closer to the end of that bar to tell you that it was booting up. And I thought that was brilliant. I don't know what that is, but I want to be a part of that and I want to do that. So yeah, I think that was really my first kind of creative obsession with UI. I think, and eventually tech, to learn how to program those things. I think an interesting note you're making me realize, Ian, is on the UX side of it, which I think of very differently. I think there's a lot of different definitions of how people think about UX. UX actually it's actually a very deeply kind of Filipino story for me, because I think of UX more holistically. It's like we tend to think about it as the screen. It's associated with digital things, but it's always to me been bigger than that. It's how you connect the different things. It's not just the app, but how the app connects to the campaign, how it connects to customer service. That overall, no one actually thinks about, oh, this app is terrible or this app is great. They think about it as a whole. And I remember in college being part of the Filipino cultural exchange in college, and every year we would put on the annual production of like how the modern dance troupe, the traditional dance troupe, our theater company, and a choir. And it was the charm of it was seeing how all four of these things would integrate for this one show. And I thought by the end of that time, I thought, hey, it'd be so great if there was a single vision that would unify these things, like how everything speaks to the script in one way. And so that with some friends became really my first UX project. It was like telling this one story that bridged marketing all the way through to the final experience of actually watching this thing. It was very rewarding and something that I've taken into my work digitally.
Awesome. Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, Amelia. I feel like part of me, like for myself, I always like wanted to be able to point to something that's like, oh, this is like how I knew that I wanted to get into this space or something like that. And I think a larger part of me has always tried to resist that too, because I'd get really annoyed at like, whether it was like in design or like before that when I was studying engineering, like people who are more or further along in their paths talking about like, yeah, I knew I wanted to be engineer because I love playing with Legos. I love building things or something. And I made lots of little toys, you know, as a 10-year-old or something, or like I used to like study like how it's made videos on Discovery Channel or something like that, right? And like I didn't do those things. And so I felt like, well, how am I even supposed to like succeed in this space if all these other kids grew up like learning how to tune up their parents' cars or something with them in the garage? And I'm like, I didn't do those things. So should I just not be an engineer? Should I just like not be a designer because I didn't draw as a kid or something? But then I think that the way that you describe UX is how I found that I could relate to design and technology and see that as much as I resisted trying to say like, oh, I don't need to have some like larger story of how I got in here, I do think that experience was the thing that made sense to me, like from as a kid, just thinking about like telling a story, thinking about all of the sort of tangential pieces or the pieces around a specific subject and how they benefit from something, how they're interrelated. And like, for me, like, I think that a lot of the technology side and interest in there came from just really liking, I guess, like technology and stuff. Like I love computers. I didn't code or anything like that in high school, but I played a lot of video games and I still play, I guess, a lot of video games. And like, that was like a fun thing for me. And I felt like games were this place that was really expressive and like were really artful, right? But like, it was something that was so specific to the people who are in there, and the people who are outside of there, like didn't necessarily understand them in that way. And I think when I learned about inclusive design in college, and I studied, our class was like a sort of tester for Microsoft's inclusive design toolkit that's like released now and used in a lot of places. I learned a lot about like how design is in inclusive design and in assistive technology, this tool to like help empower people's voices and make them feel like they can take more space, whether that's like physically taking space or like when talking about a certain subject or something like that, being able to feel confident, not just that they're allowed to be in a place, but they can like really flourish and belong and things like that. And I think that like something about that really resonated to me when I thought about the things that were interesting to me as a kid that like other people weren't that interested or something like that, right? And that's a long way of saying like, I think I got into design and tech because like I personally found like tech really fun, not necessarily to make apps, but to do like creative stuff. And I found design really compelling because of its ability to really focus on like a larger narrative for a person, especially when it comes to UX, I think. So that's how like I especially found myself like in agencies working in experience design, thinking less about like making products and more about like facilitating like some sort of like 15-minute experience for people and stuff.
Awesome, Jeremy. I have a similar story too. I kind of fell into it based on just experiences. So I was at Gucci for a number of years and was going to go to more of a design fashion side. And then, you know, growing up in the Bay, specifically in Silicon Valley, a lot of my clients were in tech, and they were like, you should get into it. I'm like, it's boring. I don't know if I'm going to like it. You know, I'm not an engineer, right? I'm definitely more creative. And at the time, there was more focus on like daily deals. So all these like daily deal startups were like popping up, like, you know, when Groupon was new. And I think for about 2.5 years, I tried to get transition, right? So, you know, having a retail sales background was very difficult, right? I had to really sell myself. Like I could really sell tech, not just handbags and cool stuff at Gucci, but a lot of the skills translated into tech sales specifically, right? How to sell expensive software, right? Like how to market it to potential clients. And so I got into HP. It took me about 7 months of just persistence. I emailed the recruiter every week and asked her if she was hiring. And I think at one point I just gave up. And then the next week I got a call from a person I interviewed with there and asked if I was still interested in the job. And so with that, I just grew my career from HP into different startups and now H2O. So going into the next part of being Filipino in design and tech, what, if any, barriers have you experienced in the workplace, and what steps have you taken to overcome any barriers? And I'll point that to Jeremy first.
Yeah, I think, you know, like it's an interesting question because I think that part of my instinctual answer to that is that I don't necessarily have like a very strong idea of what it means to be Filipino in the workplace, because I feel like on teams that I've worked on throughout my career, which is only like 5+ years old, I never really worked with other Filipino people. I didn't have those opportunities. But I think that that is emblematic of an experience itself, that I found myself to be the only Filipinx person on a team, on a project, like at a company, on my side or on the client side. And maybe more generally, like in most of those cases, I was also like the only person of color or the only Asian person or what have you in those groups, right? And I think that like, while especially having started my career like later in 2017, I think that there are a lot of barriers that have already been sort of removed for me and battles that have been fought like before I started, and I have a lot of privilege in that sense. I think the thing that still remains that is very difficult for people getting started now, that like has been like a thing for me, is just like representation. Like I think that it could be difficult to look around and feel like other people don't necessarily I guess look like you when you're trying to figure out like, I'm creating my own job for myself in this design tech space, and I want to like look up to other people who have been successful in it. And a lot of them are just like white people or like white men or something like that. I don't know if I should say that, but yeah, I mean, and then that's, you know, something to tell you like, okay, well then I don't think it's like can I succeed here? But like, what do I need? How do I need to fit into this other culture in order to succeed, right? What are the things that I need to say? What are the things that I need to not say? And I think like in a sort of subconscious way that comes across in teams and stuff. But when working in agencies, like with clients, I think that was more of a direct like thing in my head of like, what are the sorts of ways that I should present myself and hide certain pieces of myself when coming to this conversation, because I'm already like the youngest person or something at the table and trying to get my respect there. Or like, I'm already the person who like on your timeline, Emilio, like the coder who designs as opposed to like the designer who codes, and trying to show that I have some credibility when presenting my ideas. And so I feel like it wasn't until more recently that I really felt like once I could bring like my whole self to my roles more often, and like my background and things like that, that I realized what I wasn't doing before when I was starting out, what I was sort of like keeping to myself. But yeah, I mean, I think that the cool thing about something like this is that like I'm really excited to get connected with other Filipinx people doing similar stuff, to see that like we do exist, and that there are people really, really cool and successful like in this space that I can look up to, and stuff like that, and that we could share our stories and all.
Yeah, so that sense of like assimilation, Jeremy, you know, like, you know, within this culture, I think it's difficult, right? Being having first generation parents or being first generation, like they didn't really teach me stuff, right? They're like, go learn it, right? You're American, you're born here. Like, and so I grew up with that sense, like, oh, okay, I just got to do things myself. And I had the freedom to do whatever I want, but also not necessarily the American support, or the like, because they weren't born here. So I had to teach all myself these things through school and through my career. And it was always trial by error. But I think, you know, having to prove yourself, it's a lot of work. It's really tiring. But then once you get there, it's super fulfilling. And I think that's important. How about you, Emilio?
Very, very similar kind of stories. A lot of what both of you are saying are resonating. I'll start though by saying that I think I've been very fortunate in a couple ways. I mean, one is all of my immediate teams and management throughout my career have been extremely supportive and good allies for me to move forward. And in fact, actually, this is great. This is why we do this. It's reflecting on the people who helped you get here. One of my mentors, whether he knew it or not, I hope he might be calling him out. Narciso Jaramillo, Filipino. He was at Adobe. He's still at Adobe. Jeremy, you should look him up. But he was really the first working, like, you know, I knew who John Maeda was, and I was like, oh man, you know, I want to be like that guy, before I realized that that's not actually a job. That's just what John Maeda does. And here I met, you know, NJ, who was both a designer and an engineer, and doing both of them extremely well and very visible, and had a seat at the table. And it's like, I want to be that guy. I still want to be that guy. And that, I think, kind of, you know, I wasn't, it was a different world, you know. It was, I'm still kind of subscribing to the meritocracy that I think I'm hearing from the both of you, of like, well, you're this individual, you have to prove yourself. There is nothing else holding you back but you. And so I kind of put a lot of our cultural similarities aside to think like, well, anything that I'm not doing right is because of me. But after a while, you start to realize, like a lot of things you're mentioning, Ian, you start to wonder, like, well, yeah, I'm working really hard. Some of my ideas are actually pretty good. What am I not, what club am I not a part of? Like, what thing am I not doing right to get where I need to be? And so, yeah, it is like this evolution, like slow, like micro changes of the way you talk, or what you say, what you don't say, even in like in a design critique, what you don't say, what you do say, the way you dress, where you sit at the table, like all these little things I feel like I've had to work really hard at to feel like I'm on the same level as everybody else.
That's funny. Where you sit at the table, my tactic was I always sat across from my boss, like, so she could see me when she has like an idea or something, and she would now naturally just look at me. And I'm like, so yeah. Tip for you guys, just sit across from your boss at the table. So going into more design and kind of what your day-to-day is like. So what's your day-to-day like? I'll point this to Jeremy.
Yeah, I have a couple of slides, maybe. It was like at the end of my
sure.
my section in my intro that I could point back to.
Okay, give me a second to pull it up. I think I might have closed the slides. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm. I could say, like, as that's loading up, like, I joined Adobe a little over 7 months ago on their machine intelligence design team. And before then, I spent 4-ish years, half of that an agency, half of that in-house, basically doing agency type work at an architecture firm called Gensler. And I had done a lot of work basically designing like a thing for a client basically. And so my move to Adobe was to get on the client side and to understand more about, like, instead of like making lots of different things for lots of different people, like, can I focus on one thing and take direction from like my own team about like what something that we believe in or something. And a lot of that I think was inspired by this goal for myself as a designer to get better at, especially around these like new mediums and technologies. As an interaction designer, just like, wanting to understand like around VR and AR, and also like artificial intelligence, like what are the ways that we can make positive experiences and stuff like that. So this is just a Adobe art, but if you look at this slide, basically, this is the type of problem I think that we investigate on the machine intelligence design team. So we're a group of experienced designers and developers that look at what should the experience of artificial intelligence look and feel like for the creative software, right? Because as the technology gets more and more powerful, it starts to go beyond, I think, the capabilities that our traditional user interfaces may have been designed for. And so on the left, you might see like a flow for like, I want to take this chair and make it longer. And in an app like Photoshop, that involves understanding of multiple steps, like using the clone stamp tool, different sorts of masking, translation, and then like being able to in-paint and touch up the background, right? But in terms of user intent, your intent was not necessarily to do all of these steps, but it was just to make a chair longer, right? And so how can artificial intelligence do some of the tasks behind the scenes that are more related to the way that the computer speaks and present to you an interface that is more, I guess, representative of how a human understands things? So can we just have, in this example that I'm showing here, like a slider that makes the legs longer or shorter and does all of that masking and clone stamping, et cetera, in the background, or makes the seat higher or taller or shorter. And if you go to the next slide, an example of a place where we've actually done this is the face aware liquify tool in Photoshop. So for editing faces, can we just sort of segment out the different parts of the face and be able to say, like, let me make the eyes bigger, or let me make the smile happier versus less so, right? As opposed to needing to understand how to do lots of these transformations in pixel space, just treating what you have here as like content and expressing how you want the content to change. And I have a last slide that basically shows, like, I think if we think about our creative intent as a few of these different types of steps of like action and process and thought, and we think of our creative tools that speak in a certain language, there's this gap between like how the tools speak and understand things and how we speak. And traditionally, what we expect is for people to learn the language of the tools in order to make the translation between how the tools do things and how we as humans do things. So the opportunity really is for artificial intelligence in the types of stuff that I do for creative tools to be able to say, can we make the language of the creative application more representative of the language of people so that that gap is smaller? But I think that it's not such a simple question, because I don't know if this is a John Maeda quote or not, now that we're talking about him. But there is a quote that I feel like may have been attributed to him in my mind, of like the tools shaping like the creative intent, basically, right? And so like it's not just about making the tools smarter, because what you can do in the tool like shapes what you feel like you can create, right? And so a lot of what I do, I feel like is thinking about like, how can we inspire users in a creative software to jump in and feel like they want to explore some idea and create something, as opposed to just like an open toolbox that's like, okay, we got like a million tools, like go ahead and do whatever you want, right? Really inviting them in to say, give them ideas and inspiration and stuff.
Thanks, Jeremy. Emilio?
Yeah, I can bookend that with like what the specifics are of kind of my calendar, I guess. There is kind of a rhythm to it. But yeah, I'm actually a bit of a joke of people transitioning from design to design management, which has kind of been my path probably over the last couple of years. And you start a lot of your work in Photoshop, and now you're in spreadsheets. I'm in a lot of meetings guiding projects. So I would say that at a top level, my job as a director is a mix of managing design projects, managing the team of design technologists, helping growing their careers, teaching. I do a fair bit of teaching as well within the studio, learning new techniques when new software comes out, a new SDK or something like that. We'll all kind of get together and start working on that to build up our skills. New business development. So it's a kind of a weird mix of all these things happening in the agency. I would say day to day, there's this rhythm of, a lot of my time is, again, it's more of a management role, is around the meeting. And that sounds really terrible. Sometimes it is, but I've gone from designing screens and prototypes to designing meetings. There's a lot of kind of UX consideration that goes into that as well. I like making a very good meeting. So it's in the morning, it's like checking out what are all of the performances ahead in the day. So like, what are the easy conversations? What are the hard conversations? And making sure that everyone understands what they're trying to take away from that time. So the morning is just kind of this concentrated time just to understand, what we're trying to achieve. And then you do all the design critiques, the client engagements, all the conversations. And at the end of the day, is my creative time. It's the okay, now it's time for me to work on the things that are important to my practice as a design technologist, updating our tools, working at a prototype to give a team a lift on something that could be felt more interactively in their hands, sketching out new concepts for a team that needs to push some ideas further. So yeah, it's kind of, I think that's been my rhythm as of late.
Thanks, Nelia.
Yeah.
Let's move into AI. What do you think the future of AI is in terms of design, and is AI going to take our jobs?
I love this question, actually. I don't know. Maybe you were about to call on somebody and I just started speaking, but I think that it's such a good question. And I think that I feel like I've been surrounded sometimes with people who are like, oh, of course, it's not going to take your job. Look at how hard it is for this robot to be able to pick up a spoon, or how poorly this computer vision is able to identify what is it, a hot dog versus leg or something like that, right? And it's no, AI is not going to take our jobs because it's very far away. But I don't think that is really the sort of the interesting response to me to that, because that really is just saying yeah, maybe they will, but in 20 years or in 30 years, right? But if that were to happen sooner, right? Or even if it doesn't, but when some of that convergence starts to happen, I think that what's interesting to me is how do the computers become more intelligent whenever that happens in a way that is more supportive of us, right? Because that's what we want to know is when the computers are smarter than we are, or more capable than we are, what does that actually mean? More capable at what, right? And to me, I think that I totally welcome a future where artificial intelligence and robots and et cetera are able to do more for us and with us. But part of the reason that I'm really interested in the applications in creative technology, or at least in making creative software, is that when you are using artificial intelligence to help you make a painting or something like that, it's not the same problem space as using artificial intelligence, even in another creative tool, maybe to design a bridge. Because in that scenario, I think sometimes where the fear comes out is the AI designed this bridge that saved 20% the cost on materials, and it looks really weird, but technically this is the optimal way to make this bridge. Or the AI figured out how to run across this field or something like that. in a way that looked like inhuman, but technically got there faster, or something like that, right? There's a problem to solve. And I think when there's like a singular problem to solve, it can be scary. But when you're talking about making a painting, there's no problem to solve, right? There's no like, I created the optimal painting and like, here it is, right? And because of that, that's not the way that like we, at least to me, like can engage with AI in the more creative efforts where we feel like there's a lot of human opportunity to express ourselves and stuff. AI is really like our assistant in that case, to say like, you had this idea where you wanted to like take something like that looked kind of like this and take something that kind of looked like this and mash them together. Well, like AI can like take the sky from here and can take like this car from here and make them look like they came from the same scene or something like that, right? Like to harmonize them to come together. Or can say like, instead of making you manually select 600 dots that will take you like 2 hours in some sort of creative software, like you press a button and it understands like the relationship between these different like vector objects, and it'll let you select them all at once. And now like I spend less time doing work that makes me feel like a robot on my computer clicking the mouse like a million times, and more time just like sketching and thinking and trying to figure out what gets me inspired. So I think, to me, I mean, this is a very long answer to say, like, I think there's a future where AI helps me be more creative as opposed to like takes over my creativity, right?
Yeah, I get that, Jeremy. I'm kind of the same, being in marketing and kind of sales. I have tools that help make my job easier and allows me to be more creative. So like some cool tools like it's called Descript, where you can eventually train a model so it could mimic your voice. It's a little creepy, but like you recite the script for 45 minutes and then you could literally write a speech. It's kind of like a deep fake, but it's super cool. Also, there's like, you know, when I'm kind of having writer's block, there's different tools that can help you write copy. That's also very creepy too, because it like pulls, I don't know where it pulls the data from, but it's like, okay, now you have inspiration to keep on writing, and it could like make a blog for you and do all these cool things. So I think the application of AI and kind of making our jobs easier, and in terms of what also Aaron said, kind of augmenting things versus displacing, you know, your job, I don't think is more of a key concept. And how about you, Amelia?
Yeah, I think a lot of the ideas I'm hearing are very similar. I would characterize the future as cautiously positive, I call it. Yeah, I think there's two ways that I look at the future of AI with respect to design and work and what it means for creativity. There's designing for AI, and there's designing with AI. I think designing for AI is going to be the path for a lot of designers who may already be kind of in the trenches now, doing a lot of mainstream work, but bringing AI into their work. So this is going to be about understanding, you know, the different machine learning types, the understanding, you know, the signals that you need, and the data that you need to teach those systems, and frankly, the kind of the ethics of how to apply that stuff in a responsible way, the patterns that are in place around protecting data privacy and those kinds of things, I think will become natural for the process of designing for AI. I think what's exciting and a little creepy at the same time is this notion of designing with AI. A lot of the stuff that you're starting to see from Jeremy's demos there, I think is going to be very real in a bigger way soon. I think that the next generation of tools for designers is going to be less about you going to an artboard and creating a lot of things from scratch. It's going to be more like you are going to that system to get a starting point, and you're using your expertise as a creative to make good decisions. Basically, you're art directing this machine. And this is going to affect a lot of different facets of design. There in user research, instead of making personas from scratch, or like doing your qualitative interviews, 20 different people or so, and coming together with a bunch of sticky notes, you could synthesize that with a clustering algorithm, with data informed from thousands, maybe millions of surveys potentially. Product designers, you were talking about. You were talking about this ability to like a notion of kind of autocomplete and helping with your writing. I kind of see that happening for Flow. I design a screen in my Flow, and the system is smart enough. You know what? I'm pretty sure I know what screen is going to happen next after that. After you hit login and you hit the forget password sign, it's going to take you to a very common forget password flow. Do you like this one? Cool. Not? All right, I'll just give you this one. You can tweak it the way you like. And maybe even scarier still is this notion that if you're a product manager or someone who's like writing user stories, kind of even top level kind of feature descriptions, just being able to write what you think the feature should do, and having the system know your synthesized persona, know your design system, and generate a starting point for you. So I think while this is all kind of scary, kind of coming back to the other part of your question, will we still have a job? I think we will. It's just going to change. It wasn't too long ago. Some folks on the call might remember desktop publishing and that revolution. Yeah, there was a time when you didn't pick your own fonts, or you went to a typesetter and you work with a typesetter and a dedicated typesetting machine to bring the type into your mechanical or whatever it is you were doing for your final production. Desktop publishing changed all that. You didn't even need to go to a printer for some people. So there is going to be an aspect of, yes, the job's going to change and you're going to have to evolve with it. But I think it's just like any other tool. AI is just like any other tool. It's just another creative thing in our toolbox.
Completely agree with that.
Yeah,
I don't think
that's cool.
ever replace like a human touch to things, right? Especially with with creativity.
When you bring up ethics though too, Amelia, I feel like I should add to all of like the positive things that I've said about AI. I also think that there are a lot of issues. There are a ton of issues that you have to also mention that side of it. But I think that when we look at a lot of the AI ethics issues, I personally believe that a lot of them shine more of a light on issues or like injustices or power dynamics that are imbalanced within our society, or the people who are making these tools or providing data sets, as opposed to the technology itself. And they take form in like very real ways. Like if I say that I think that AI is this tool that could be really exciting for helping creative workflow or something like that, if because of the models and the way that the system is trained, it points you in a certain workflow that's representative of a certain type of people, even down to like the sort of what may seem like it's non-offensive of like, oh, I just needed to like populate a scene with some people or something like that, right? And I pressed a button, and the people that show up are all of some sort of identity or ethnicity or ability or gender or what have you, right? They all look like they came from some sort of similar bucket. Not only does that produce more artwork that like pushes us in this direction of like, this is what things should look like. And not only does that help just like reduce the barriers to make certain types of artwork versus others, right? Such that it's like, well, if it's going to take me 10x time to source, say in this example, like a diverse set of stock images or something like that, I probably won't spend that time if it's just like, for making some mood board or something for a client or whatever. And like, I think that snowballs in dangerous ways. But then the worst of all, I think that it can encourage some people to want to get into design or something like that, as opposed to others. And I think that's a problem that like we already have in certain industries and things like that. But the way to solve it is to look at not like how is this machine intelligence biased or racist or whatever, but how are we, and how is that like taking shape because they're training based on our data, right? How do we need to change the way that our teams that design with AI are composed and look at making conscious intervention to unconscious bias, right? And how do we need to hold people who train on machine learning models like accountable for like releasing the data sets and showing us, not just an apology for like, oh, I'm sorry that like this system was not able to classify people with darker skin properly, but like, why did that happen? And how can we address that?
Totally, Jeremy. So we're about to wrap up. I know Aaron wants to do a quick raffle.
I forgot to raffle off all Andy Francisco's hats. We're probably going to pick some of those at random, but we can raffle off one t-shirt. So it's going to be trivia questions. So whoever pops this into the chat first, I'll base it off of a question from, let's see, Emilio. What was the gaming console that Emilio designed for? And if no one can answer that, I have one more. I'm going to put in a really easy one then. Okay, here's the super easy one. Who is the figure that we talked about that coined the term computational design? giveaway. There's chat. Anybody? People are like tired today. Okay, we're just gonna end up picking this at random. So anyways, thank you all for Esther for the second. Well, it was the first PS5 question. Catherine wants a shirt. Yes, it was PS5. Okay, so Catherine gets a free FASTER shirt. You were about to get one anyway. I know I asked you to speak last minute. Thank you all today for joining us. Thank you, Ian, Emilio, and Jeremy. My only last thought going into the data science and engineering panel is so I do want to reference John Maeda because he's someone that I consider a mentor and looked up to so much. He wrote the opening of my book. And so his last book was on how to speak machine, but he was at RISD, but is an engineer and a designer. So being both in spaces where I design and code, it's hard when I guess my only last comment was Jeremy talked about that language gap. Even in recreating FASTER's website, I noticed I'm like, oh, we have like a big language gap for designers that don't code, designers that do code, and then people who code AI and backend that don't do front ends. Like technology is not one thing. I think a lot of times people talk about FASTER like, oh, you just have to be an engineer to work in tech. That's not true. To build out a technology platform or product, it takes teams of people, at large companies, whether you're in HR, marketing, recruiting, on the people and admin side, the business development and sales side, whether you're in design in all forms and factions, product design, UX, UI, visual, brand identity, AI, we're about to kick off what that looks like there, being a data analyst, a data scientist, a data engineer. Those are all different roles and things. And being a designer, within that, we finally had a great conversation today about that. And as just beginning. With that being said, I want to thank our panelists and we'll move on to our next panel. Thanks, y'all. And I'm going to actually screen share and holler in the chat if you can see my screen and screen share. Actually, Catherine, can you tell me if you can see this? Do you want to go off mute verbally?
Sorry, we see your desktop.
Okay, so that's where, oh my goodness. This is why I hate Zoom. Okay, here we go.
There you go.
Can folks see this in the screen? I'm going to double check our Facebook feed. Cool. So welcome to day 2, session number 3, Filipino Americans in Data Science and Engineering as a part of FASTERCON. Happy FAM, Filipino American History Month. And today I will be co-moderating with Catherine K. Can you say your last name? Is it
Maxino?
Maxino from the SPUR group, who's a senior data science and analytics consultant. This is Aaron Pangilinan. I used to work more in the field of AI, AR, VR. Currently, I'm deep into the space of cryptocurrency, blockchain. There's still a little bit of data that I do when I'm writing data visualizations. We have the privilege to be joined with not 1, not 2, but 3. Oh my gosh, we have 4 Pinay data scientists, software engineers, and analysts. And I guess Lizelle, you're now at Glean. I don't know if that's Sayo got.
Yeah, we just rebranded like
okay
a couple weeks ago.
I think I changed it again later.
Yeah, I saw on some posts you changed it.
Gotcha. Noel Sandana, who's not at Heroku anymore as a part of Salesforce, but is still the director of data science and product management. Stephanie Deo, who's at GoFundMe as a senior data analyst. Lizelle Puzan, who I know was at Facebook, AI research is one of the high-ranking Pinays there, is at Sayo, did I say that correctly, as a software engineer, and Claudine Hernandez, who is at Claritas as senior data scientist. And with that being said, I'm gonna actually, Steph, are you okay if I run through all the slides, or did you want to control them on your own? It's totally up to you.
It's totally fine. You can. I only have like 4 slides, I think.
Yes,
so you can hang out here in this slide for a while. So hi everybody, I'm Stephanie Jacinto Deo. So that's my LinkedIn, my Twitter profile. Feel free to follow me if you want to interact. I'm very open, to talking with anybody about anything under the sun. Next slide, Erin. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I did grow up in the Philippines, in the suburbs of Muntinlupa. So if you've ever been to Manila, Muntinlupa is not like a big active city like Makati or Manila. It's it's a little bit on the quieter side, but you know, it is home to me. I finished my college degree in Ateneo de Manila. I was a psychology major. Eventually, many years later, I went and did my grad degree in statistics in San Jose State. In terms of stuff I like to do on the side, I love reading, writing, anything to do with music, really. And just like many Filipinos, I have a sweet tooth. I'm a big fan of desserts and tea, both the boba variety and the normal black tea, green tea, matcha kind. All right, next slide, Erin. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about how my path to data science was very non-linear. I think it's important to talk about this because a lot of people who are interested in entering the field, just one slide back, Erin. There, thanks. One slide more ahead. There. So just the one with the non-linear one. One slide back. There, thank you. Let's hang on here in this slide for a bit. So as you know, I was a psychology major. You know, like coming from my high school to university, that was a pretty like jarring jump for me. I was kind of like overwhelmed by the math in Ateneo. So, you know, after my last like general statistics class as a psychology major, I thought I'd never be doing math again. You know, and obviously the joke's on me, like years later, here I am, right? So anyway, after that, I considered grad school for psychology, but it wasn't feasible at the time. You know, you need a lot of money to be able to go to grad school in the US as an international student. And you basically need to really be sure about what you want to study. You know, they ask you, what are you interested in researching on? And I had no idea. So what followed was a couple of years of me bouncing back and forth between being a market research analyst and being a preschool teacher. You know, I love kids, so it was something that I explored at the time. And then I eventually realized that I wanted to do something more satisfying with data specifically, and also earn more. You know, it was a real concern for me at the time, to be financially stable. I think that's one of the big draws of tech. You know, it is a way to you know, financial stability. But here in the US, you know, it's very difficult. They had multiple things that were against me. I think, you know, I was a psychology major with a degree from a foreign university, you know, and it was very hard to break into the tech field. So my way of doing that was just to go to grad school and get my statistics degree. And next slide, Darren. So ever since then, this is just like a summary of the technical stuff I've worked on from an internship that I did during grad school and all the way up to now, which is like 5 years later. So I worked on things like machine learning research. That one was at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Labs in just over in Palo Alto. Forecasting, so forecasting like internal revenue numbers, pricing optimization, conversion rate prediction, ad hoc analysis of marketing data, and of course, I think it's important to mention this, data cleaning, dashboards, and documentation. I think that a lot of the times, the things that people love to talk about are, you know, the big flashy stuff, but things like data cleaning and building dashboards, that really helps you get into the meat of the data and really know your data inside out. And it's happened that sometimes when I'm building a dashboard, I realize, oh my gosh, I should have been filtering for this variable when I was doing my analysis. So it really gets you intimately familiar. And I think it's something that we all have to really, you know, prepare ourselves to do if you're breaking into the field, or whether you're starting a new job. There's always going to be some measure of that. And documentation, obviously, it's kind of like an understood thing. It's almost like a joke where you hear all these software engineers joking about how they hate documentation. And I'm going to admit right now, I'm not one of those people. I actually like get like a thrill from documenting everything really, really well, because I have been saved sometimes when someone else has handed over a project to me that was accurately documented. So Yeah, so that's what I've worked on. Next slide, Erin, please. So my advice, the one big advice that I want to give for new folks who may be watching this stream is that there is room in tech for you. Yes, you, not just somebody who got straight A's in math all their life, not just somebody who looks like the people already working in tech, not just the people who speak English without an accent. I've worked in tech for a couple of years now, and I know that there are companies that will celebrate that diversity, and that I think the industry is generally moving in that direction, looking for more diversity in the workforce. So those are all my slides, Erin. You can hand it over to the next person if you wish.
Yes, can folks hear me? Okay, cool. Thanks, Stephanie. And up next is Lizelle Puzon, who's at Glean, rebrand.io, and previously was at Orchid and Facebook AI Research as a software engineer. Lizelle.
Oh yeah, so here are my socials. I spent 2 years at Facebook AI working on machine translation. So I'm very much in natural language processing, machine learning models, a lot of data cleaning, a lot of infrastructure. Like that's the big difference between like Google Translate and Facebook Translate, right? So Facebook data is all social. Like people use slang, people use abbreviations, emojis, and all of that needs to be cleaned up. And compared to Google, which does really well on translating books, and they do have some like social data that they mine, I guess like Twitter, Reddit, things like that, but it's not as much of like not as dynamic, I guess. And I guess I can talk about
a lot of NLP then, right? Did you do any C stuff? I forget.
I did a course at Stanford. I took the deep learning CV course, but I ended up, like when I was first joining Facebook, actually, they have this boot camp program, and I was trying out like a CV video understanding team, but I didn't like how their stack was all like heavy Cafe 2, which is like a worse version of PyTorch and like TensorFlow, if you're familiar with those frameworks. And yeah, so I ended up going onto the translation team. So yeah, I guess I wasn't really that set on NLP going into my like career, but it kind of naturally interested me, like the kinds of work that I saw the teams doing at Facebook and other places. Like for example, the transformer model is like a big model that came out of NLP and is now like going into computer vision and these other reinforcement learning fields. So that came out just at the time I was joining. So yeah, I guess for people interested in ML, definitely join like what's most exciting at the time, and kind of just follow that path and see where I would definitely recommend trying out a lot of different things before settling into one of these subfields of machine learning, because it's pretty massive out there. But yeah, I guess I went into a startup. I worked on this startup with my old roommate from college called Orchid, and we do genetic testing for parents and predict the risk of their potential children, so we can route them to potentially IVF and mitigate some of the risks for the most common diseases like schizophrenia, heart disease, stroke, things like that. But I just joined Glean 6 months ago or 5 months ago, working now back to NLP. And I think startups, I was definitely very gung-ho on FANG going like at the beginning of my career, because I think it taught me a lot of like good practices, and engineering had a lot of like smart people and mentors there. But the impact that you can make at startups, I feel like is way bigger and it's way more fulfilling. So that's why I kind of pivoted into doing more applied machine learning at these kind of startups. Yeah, I guess we can go to the next slide. This is just a, oh yeah.
Sorry, Al. Just went to your website, my bad.
It's good. Yeah, this is just a plug for my current company. So what we do is we do enterprise search on all documents. So what Stephanie was talking about with like documentation, it's really important to be able to find the actual documentation you need. So I think I was surprised coming from Facebook, where we do have our own like very fine-tuned internal search, that other companies didn't have this. So it was kind of just like a natural, I think, something that I really liked when I had it. And now I get to build this for other people.
Yep. Thanks, Lizelle. And up next, I have one of my favorite, the 9 data scientists, who tells me she was on an early team at MySpace that worked with, is it 3 data scientists? She can tell that story. Noelle Saldana, did I say your last name?
Saldana.
Right? Saldana, like Zoe Saldana.
Like Zoe Saldana, no relation, of course. But yes.
Like you're related, right? Because you're also dark skin. Are you Black or Pinay? Just kidding. Noelle has the most interesting stories, I think, to me in data science, and I know she is super busy. So we appreciate her taking time out of her busy schedule, being a director of product management and data scientist at Salesforce. So Noelle, just let me know when, and I'll switch over the slides.
Yeah, you can go. These are my what just call it? That was my Twitter handle, but you know, I'm easily found. There's no other. Well, there's another Noelle Saldana, but I think in the search results, I think I've managed to get to the top at this point. Anyway, so this is a little bit about me, fun fact. So this is actually a picture from the day after my wedding. This is my husband. He and I actually met because we were dance partners. So we actually did Tinikling and Pandangos Ilaw and did a bunch of traditional Filipino dances. So it's like my fun fact. You can advance it a little, or is it not going to show the?
I think you probably have to put white text there, girl. Sorry, I thought you were gonna fix that.
Oh no, I don't know. I think it's because of the sorry, it's white on the version that I have. So I apologize in advance. Yeah, I think it's because of the slide collision. Anyhow, so what you can't see here is a little bit about me. So what I studied, and supposed to give you a background. So I, a little further along in my career, I actually graduated from undergrad almost 20 years ago now. What I studied back in the day, my undergrad degree is in applied mathematics. I have a second degree in physical anthropology. I actually was pre-med at the time. So for all of you out there who are pre-med dropouts, you know, shout out, like you don't actually have to become a doctor to be successful as a Filipino or go into the, nothing there's wrong with that, but if that's not for you, just saying that there's other opportunities. And after trying to figure out what to do with my life and not being a doctor, I ended up in grad school for several years. I ended up with an MS in applied mathematics. And in trying to decide whether or not I wanted to go into the industry or if I wanted to get my PhD, obviously the industry won. That's where I am now. So my very first job in the tech industry, as Aaron alluded to, was actually as a software QA intern at Fox Interactive Media, which at the time owned MySpace, and MySpace, I promise, was popular once upon a time. And I just shared this story on LinkedIn recently. So I was in a team of 12 engineers. At the time, the first person who interviewed me was a Filipina engineer. And I thought, wow, that's cool. There's a Filipina in tech. And she's the first person I met. You know, she ran my interview. She actually still is my colleague now after all these years at Salesforce. But anyway, and then ended up getting hired, walked in on my first day in this team of 12 engineers or so. And I ended up seeing that there was not one Pinay, not two Pinays. There were 3 other Pinays, a Filipino guy, and I was the 5th Pinay, or 5th Filipino on that team. And I immediately felt seen, right? Like I immediately felt represented. And so I feel incredibly lucky in that experience to know that, like, and that's why I love this conference, because it immediately shows you that, like, it's not, I wasn't othered. I wasn't othered in my very first experience in tech. Like it just immediately knew, like, oh, I can be just like all of these engineers who are like, so like, I was just wide-eyed. I was so excited to see like all these people who are doing such badass things in their career. And maybe one day I can grow up and be just like them. Anyhow, and so I know Erin loves that story, and you know, it's fun. Yes, every last one of those are women who are engineers who I look up to still to this day, and of course, and the one Filipino guy. I'm still saying, like, it's incredible that we outnumbered the rest of the team, which is highly diverse. But anyhow, so the career path since then, I kind of managed to get into this very small, like very niche part of tech, but wanted to explain a little bit how I got there. So I get often asked, like, how do you become a data scientist? Well, it was 15 years ago that data science wasn't really a thing. And so in the industry, my first job was as a research analyst. I was extremely lucky to get into a place that we get into a full-time position that did data science before data science was cool. And so I was working on like a petabyte size database and using math, but I was a research analyst. My research analyst transitioned to a research engineer. I ended up going into business intelligence. I was a BI analyst embedded in a marketing team. And then from there ended up being a data scientist, and actually was a data science consultant. So my path was definitely not linear in that way either. Over my career, I've also become a leader and a people manager. And again, that also took time. So I was from an IC as a data scientist. I became a senior data scientist. I became a principal data scientist. I started taking on more leadership roles in individual projects, and then became a people manager, and then started overseeing a team. And then the third, I think, aspect of what I've done in my career is also I've moved into product management. And so that's really interesting. So I think some people think that, oh, data science is the be all end all. Like it's really, really fun. But what's great about the industry moving forward is that there's like adjacent things that you can do aside from just being a data scientist. So for me, I moved from becoming a data science consultant to actually starting to deliver on projects that were not just data science models, but like full applications, like building MVPs for companies or building smart apps for other companies. And so in doing so, collaborated with product managers, product designers, some things that were alluded to in the previous talk, and then trying to adapt some of those things to data science themselves. So trying to understand the notion of what does lean data science mean? What does that look like, and playing with those notions. And from there, moved into fully transitioned to a product role. And so Erin, if you could advance the slide, please. So what did I do at Salesforce? What do I do now? And I originally joined Heroku, which actually was acquired by Salesforce, I think a decade ago at this point. But now Heroku is part of Salesforce platform. So now I'm part of like the larger, we've always been part of the Salesforce family, but part of the larger role at this point. So for all of us on this call, I think we understand that data science and analytics is completely dependent on how well things are instrumented. If it's garbage in, it's garbage out. Like you cannot manifest insights out of data that is absolutely terrible. And one of the things that I'm really passionate about is how do we make like better models, or how do we make data science more effective, and how do we make models better overall? And sometimes taking a step back, that's like asking the questions way up front. So what's fun in my job is I'm embedded in a team of product managers. And so I get to help define the questions we even want to answer with the data. What are the decisions, like strategic decisions, and what do we want to build, and what do we do? And what are those, like not even thinking about the data first, like what do we want to answer? How do we then design the data needed to answer those questions? So as a data scientist, if you could go back in time, like a year or so, and talk to the product people, like, it'd be great if you can instrument these things in a way that had like this data point instead, or this level of granularity, or added this metadata, like that would have been super to have, so you didn't have to interpolate those things later. And so once you have those things designed up front, you can instrument the product so that that data is salient and rich and it's getting generated. The next step is making sure that that actually lands somewhere. You're not just generating it and falling into the floor. And then at the end of that step, you can curate that data for analysis, for reporting, for machine learning, and so that, you can help people, like on my colleagues on this call, so that their lives are so much easier. They can, spend their time working on a little bit more of the shinier things than just waiting and really messy data. And then the next slide. So 2 pieces of advice I would leave you with. Next slide. One is to invest in you. And not just, not just investing in your retirement, which I think everyone should do, and take advantage of it now while you're young. But just what does that mean? Like invest in your mental health, invest in your continuing education, invest in things that, make you like are fulfilled and healthy and happy. And then the final piece of advice that I have, so not just invest in you, but especially in your career, it's really important to find other people who will invest in you, right? So making sure that it's important to find mentorship. It's important to make sure that you work with a manager who will also invest in you. Like it's important to know that you're always moving forward and you're always growing. And if you don't find that sponsorship, it's really hard to continue moving forward in your career. Right. And that's it. And I will pass it back to Erin for the next person.
Thanks, Noelle.
Yeah.
And now I'm so excited. So last year, or actually 2 years ago, during the pandemic, FASTERCON number, God, I don't even remember what number we were on, but it was the last time we were at UC Berkeley, and the three of you had spoken, and y'all have like changed, companies and positions. And now I'm welcome to add a brand new panelist, Claudine Hernandez, who's Senior Data Scientist at Claritas. So take it away, Claudine.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claudine Hernandez. I'm a Senior Data Scientist for Claritas. This is my 6th year in Claritas. This is my first time also to be in a data science conference, to be a panelist. Usually I'm just listening to talks, but this is that I'm talking. So thank you for having me. So next slide, please. So I was born in Dumaguete City. I was born and raised actually in the Philippines. I speak fluent Cebuano, Filipino, and English, of course. So here in the house, for example, I speak Cebuano with my mother-in-law, and I speak Filipino with my husband, and with the kids, we speak in English. So I've always been that way. And I think I have, my friend said that some of our students from MSU, it's a university in Mindanao, they're watching right now. So mayong buntag, kanyang tanan. I think it's 5 a.m. in the Philippines. So it's very early in the morning. And some of my friends, actually, I think from Manila, they're also watching right now. I hope that nagising na kayo. So magandang umaga. So it's good to, I haven't been home I was born in Dumaguete, but my dad, he's a retired chemical engineer. He used to work in different mining companies in the Philippines. So I grew up in Surigao, that's somewhere in Mindanao. And then when I was in college, I went to UP Diliman. Then my family, we moved to Cebu City. So right now, if people ask me, where in the Philippines are you from? I'll always say, I'm from Cebu. Because we always move around. Next slide. So how did I become a data scientist? I actually started as a math instructor in UP Diliman. So I finished BS Math, and I went my master's degrees in applied maths, operations research. Then I started doing a PhD in maths, but I decided to try working for what my dad calls the real world. So I started working in market research industry. So I was actually, when I was doing my PhD in maths, I wanted to transfer to stats. So I started taking stats courses. And in the bulletin board of the School of Statistics in UP Diliman, there was this long list of requirements for a job in advanced analytics. And at that time, it was early 2000. I haven't really heard of the term analytics yet. So that's why I was looking at all the requirements, and those are all like stats terminologies, like clustering and all these other analysis, time series analysis. And I wasn't really familiar with those because I'm a math major, but I did see my thesis topic there because it's about structural equations modeling, and this is like the only familiar term there. And so I decided to apply for that job. And so I got a job. So then I started working That was in, I think the office, it's in Ortigas. But then after 2 years, they decided to move me to the headquarters, the regional office in Singapore. So that's when I decided just to apply for honorable dismissal for my PhD, and so then decided to work in Singapore. So I became a permanent resident in Singapore for 8 years. Then I transferred here in the US. But when I was in Singapore, I was doing a lot of advanced analytics work for healthcare in around Asia. And I did a lot of segmentation, market segmentation studies around Asia also. And sometimes it would be all over the US because my team, I reported to somebody in the UK, and I was the only person in Singapore doing advanced analytics. So one of the things that when I was in Singapore, my big data, because it's really about, my subjects were like patients and doctors. So I think when you have like a 50,000 data set in a market research study, that's already considered as big. So that was like my big data. But when I moved here in the US and I started working for B2B industry, I was looking at millions of transactional data. So I was looking at, for example, different 36 product categories and 5,000 brands, something like that. So that was really my big my introduction to what I call big data. So then after that, I decided to go back to market research, and so I joined in 2016 as an innovation scientist. But it was really like more of like a methodologist job, because our job was to think of new ways and how to analyze our data. But then after 2016, Nielsen decided to sell our, like we're a big department, to sell us. So then we became Claritas. But I think even before that, Claritas already existed. And our main products are segmentation, syndicated segmentation solutions. So, I mean, from my background is really very academic, from math all the way to being a senior data scientist in Claritas. So, but since when we were sold, the innovation team, I think we were disbanded. So then we had to, my manager and I, they transferred us to the data science team. So that's when we became data scientists. But at Nielsen, when we were at Nielsen, we were really not programming in Python. So when we were transferred to the data science team, I had to learn Python. So I had to learn Python in 2017. So most of our processes, they're in SAS, the software, SAS. I had to start transitioning all those processes in Python. So for example, in my major project, I had to spend months to move all the SAS macros into Python. So now we're starting to do more in Python, and also we're moving to, I think our platform is now in Databricks. So then we have to also start learning PySpark. Next slide. So what do I do as a senior data scientist in Claritas? So as a senior data scientist, I actually work a lot with the product leadership team. So that would be somebody like Noel. I work a lot closely with the product leadership team, and then I also work closely with our data engineering team to update our predictive models that power our base business products into different geographic levels. So the thing that, I guess the thing that differentiates us, or I'm not sure if I read that at Claritas, we do have models for different geographic levels. So we have models at the block group levels. We have models at the zip 4 and the zip 6 levels. And so, and then they would be in a way, there's continuity there. So that first we built at the zip 6, of course, is the most granular. Then we move to zip 4, and then we have the block group level models. So my job really, so we actually in Claritas, we have a lot of new initiatives, but my job is to support our base businesses. And some of these are our Claritas syndicated segmentation solutions. So we have Prism Premier, that's for the lifestyle segmentation. And then we have Cycle Premier, that's for the financial industry. We built that for the financial industry. And then we have Connections, that's supposed to be the technology behavior segmentation system. And then we have the Culture Code, that's it's for acculturation. And then we have and also, so we also have third-party data sets that we also merge into our data, and then to build all these segmentation systems. So most of our clients, they license our products, and usually what we do is we append our solutions to their databases, and it's what we call a using geocoding. So we don't really we don't analyze, like we have this how do you say it, about privacy. So it's one of our solutions are we don't give out personal info, something like that. So that's how we append our products to our clients. So my job is really usually my job is to refresh the model, or sometimes we have to update the model form. And then we have to validate the results and then check consistency and then assess the model performance. But unlike other data scientists in other companies, I don't really deploy my models. So we have our data engineering team who does all the deploying of our models. So my job is really more on the model building and testing. Next slide. So my advice to aspiring data scientists, Stephanie mentioned documentation, and I think the others also mentioned documentation, is really not to delay documentation. I think that is really important to document, especially when you are updating your product. You have to do a lot of testing and a lot of experiments. And so all these results, you have to try to document it so that the next time around, you won't have a problem recalling what you did. So there's no, I mean, for us, we don't have like a specific format for documentation, but but my advice is to really just put all the important stuff in your in the documentation. Is like a research paper, like what's the business questions that you want to answer, and what are the methodologies that you did, all the testing, all the results are there. I noticed that if we don't document and you just put things in your codes might get a bit messy, because you have all these side notes, all you note here, what you did here, and then how you change it and why you change it, and you will put something in your, so sometimes your codes can get so messy. And so, but if you document, then you will have to read the documentation first, and then you read the code, then it will be easier, I guess, to understand what's happening there. That's it. That's my advice.
Thank you, Catherine. I think my screen froze for a second there, so I'm going to try to screen share again. The last few things before kicking off our Q&A. Oh, did we get a question in the chat, by the way? Catherine, did I see one?
Yep, I saw it.
Oh, okay. Did we get one? Did you want to read this?
Sure. So Diana Faye Carino Arbus said, so good to see Panay's in data science. I'm in my first semester of a computer science MA. I'm currently looking for a data science internship and I'm worried about compromising my values. I used to teach phonics to young foster kids in LA, but now as a career changer, I'm interviewing with corporations and feel awful. Any advice on how to stay true to my values, even though I am desperate for an internship and need the money? I understand that data has impact and we need to be ethical.
Who wants to go ahead? I can take a stab at this question. So first of all, thanks for that question. It's definitely a big concern. I think it sounds like you've really done like a lot of thinking already about the ethics part of it. And I think with everybody kind of has like their own line of like what they're not willing to cross, right? You know, with the bigger a company gets, you know, like the less likely it is that they're perfect companies that have never done anything that you've disagreed with, right? When you're Google or Facebook or Microsoft size, there might be something that they've done in like some market somewhere in Asia that is like, you're kind of like, you know, like I would not have done it that way. But I think, you know, if you haven't already, you should have that list of non-negotiables. And you know, like if it's something that, you know, you really like can compromise on, I would say like start, you can start out at like smaller companies that are that are closer to your values. It doesn't always mean that when you start at a smaller company, you can't, you know, eventually like, you know, work up to like a really successful career. We don't all start at FAANG companies, for instance. I think that's like pretty clear with the diversity of experience that we have over here. Last of all, networking is really important. And personally, I would offer, you know, just reach out to me on Twitter. Like GoFundMe is always looking actually for interns every year. So I would love to like help, you know, like help you throw your hat to the ring if that's something that you're interested in. Yeah, like if anybody else wants to jump in on this, feel free to do so.
Also, I wanted to mention, because I totally forgot to introduce her, Catherine Maxina, who I mentioned in the beginning, will be moderating questions with me. I know there's like less folks that registered this year just because I've been like recovering from a medical condition. So it's been really hard. I'm still trying to do as much as I can for FASTER, but there's always a ton of people online. So please feel free to ask questions for those that are here or on our Facebook live stream. I know we ask questions a lot in post, and I know a ton of you that'll be viewing this later, but I actually had a question for Catherine in relation to this question, because I know Catherine, you had a background in, I think it was chemistry, and then you later on did the METIS bootcamp, which one of my other Panay data scientist friends did, and she does UI visualization, and that was the field she specialized in. But I was curious to know more about your story, and then question on ethics of like how you even chose the company that you're at as well. And then with that, I'll have you moderate the rest of the questions. So
sure. Yes. So my background is, I think it's actually kind of similar to Noelle's. Initially I started college at the University of Washington as pre-dental. I wanted to be an orthodontist at the very beginning. And so my very first, I guess what eventually happened was I had degrees in, my first degree was in chemistry. And then just because that fulfilled like all of the pre-dental requirements that I was getting. And then having your own dental office is like having your own business. So I added business administration to it. And then I was taking econ classes, so I added economics as well. And then later on, biochemistry was added on because that overlaps with my chemistry classes. And so eventually like ended up with 4 degrees coming out of my undergrad. But I think it was in my 3rd year of college where I kind of decided, like I was looking at what I wanted to be doing, and I decided I didn't really want to pursue orthodontics anymore, and I was more interested in the business side. And by the time I graduated, I kind of figured out, like trying to look at how can I combine all these different degrees together into a career? And that's how I ended up getting into analytics. And so my very first job out of college was a financial and management consultant. And so I did that for, I think, 2 years. And then later on, I joined Microsoft as an HR data analyst for 8 years. So that definitely combined my focus in business was in HR management. And so I was able to combine both my analytics side and my HR side into one role. And then after 8 years, like I was kind of thinking, looking forward at like 5 years forward, like is there, like, what would I be doing if I didn't do anything right now? And it was kind of like, I didn't want to be doing the same thing. I wanted to grow a lot more. And so I decided to take a break. This is back in mid 2019. I took a break from working, like a really brief break, and I went to the Metis Data Science boot camp. And so that was a 3-month intensive boot camp. At the time, it was right before the pandemic, and it was in person from 9 to 5 p.m. every single day. We had to work on 5 different projects within a 12-week period. So we learned a lot of different data science skills and topics within a short amount of time. But it definitely introduced me and helped me grow my own confidence in being able to become a data scientist, because before that, like, I didn't know coding. Like, I learned Python just to get into school. I actually learned it in a weekend because that's when I had to take a 5-hour test to get into the school. And so it's pretty funny that, like, I ended up learning Python just to get into into the program, and it was tested on it like a weekend, like a few days after. And so eventually my first job out of I think like a month later, I joined my current role as a data science consultant at the Spur Group. And then later on, I was promoted to a senior role, I think a couple months later. But what really helped me in terms of transitioning from like analyst to data scientist is just that background that I had over a couple of years. Like, it wasn't something that I took a boot camp and then I was all of a sudden a data scientist. It was more of, I've had 13 years in this industry, but it was me becoming more able to grow into this field, into more advanced skills that I had wanted to do before, and finally focused on being able to do this. And then so it's definitely, I feel like my life changed a lot ever since that decision to really focus on this side of my career, because one, I really love my company and how they really support me and how I want to grow. And they've also been growing me into more leadership roles. And so that's something that I've definitely being trained on. And then also another part of me that I hadn't done before was I am a Women in Data Science ambassador, and so a Women in Data Science ambassador and overall conference planning lead for WIDS Puget Sound. And so that has really helped me grow in the data science community that I didn't feel like I was a part of before. And so we have a lot of volunteers that are part of it. And so I think that being involved in this has really kind of opened my eyes in terms of like how underrepresented women are in this field. And for me, like being in this field for 13 years, like I didn't have the same experience that Noelle had, where she had 5 other Filipino women engineers that she worked with. Like, I actually can't remember any Filipino women that I worked on in my specific field. And so just having this panel itself has been really cool, just to see everybody's journeys to get to this point, because this is something that I hadn't like, I just don't know that many I actually don't know other Filipino women in this field, and also maybe only a little handful of Filipino guys. So definitely really happy that Erin had reached out to me to help moderate this and hear everybody's stories. And that was a long explanation of me.
It's okay. I totally added you last minute because some of our other Pinoy data scientists were too busy at Facebook that I was like, okay, I don't want to moderate this one all the time because I'm streaming for 3 days. The one thing I'll mention, I'm just reading the chat. So Steph was the only technical Filipino American at her last company. Noelle says, for the record, yeah, she's never had another team of what, 5, 3, 4,
like 5 Filipinos out of 12 is not
that are all
definitely
technical
not
data
common
scientists.
here.
It almost never happens. The one thing I will say is in the blockchain space, right? So I think my blockchain and crypto is my answer to the data ethics question, because I am looking at, and I was telling Lizelle this, oracles, which the data collection for it is, I don't want to say crap. I don't think it's correct. I think financial transparency is really important in our community. I don't think that every company needs to be decentralized. I'm like dreaming of founding a DAO or decentralized autonomous organization and tokenizing a token for FASTER. But if you are a community organizer, you know how hard it is to actually organize in a decentralized fashion. It's not all easy. An AI bot will not automatically like fix the world or be able to do that. You have humans behind everything. And, you know, I think again, with ethics, the question with that, that we had in the chat is that, you know, there are courses in data ethics, and there's always a question if that should be a part of computer science, if it lives outside of, you know, the humanities, if we should require more people who take the hard sciences to take humanities courses. You know, I think there's many different answers there in terms of frameworks that you can look at of what's been in the field, not only in the last few years, you know, but also really decades. When I took my course at USF, they basically said like, no, this isn't just because people are mad about social media or all of these different algorithms acting in, you know, bad ways. You know, some of that is representative. Like in our last panel, we talked about design and AI. It might be representative of a data sample that may not have a diverse population set, and it had not necessarily anything to do with the AI itself. It's about the humans that are behind that, you know, as an architect of the technology. And they had also said, at least in my class, that it was when we think about decades before. So if you think about being a scientist, well, what about the H-bomb, right? So, you know, everything that you do, when, you know, when I renamed FASTER, one, to include the A in STEAM, two, so that it was brought into Silicon Valley, and one, I know there's another group that has a very similar name. I actually considered having the same name for Filipinx in tech. I put science first. My parents are scientists. And so when you think about building a scientific or technological product, ethics to me is like the first thing that I think about. If I ever made a data visualization dashboard, or even the ones I have in AR/VR, they come from all open source, you know, data sets. And it was really hard in building my startup around Alzheimer's research, just because of the way that, one, academia is run, but two, because I know HIPAA compliance and privacy is a really important thing. So, you know, as you're choosing a company, it doesn't have to be a FANG company. There are great data scientists that work at, you know, Facebook and Netflix and all of these different companies. I think it's a matter of what do you choose in terms of, you know, your programming stack, your focus, and, you know, the product. You may not necessarily pick that if you get hired into, you know, one company, but I don't think you should limit yourself. With that being said, that's my last comment as opposed to facilitating any questions. I'm going to turn it back over to Claudine to moderate some of the other questions that we had for our panelists.
Yep. All right. So first question. So I guess data science is like such a broad field. You can go into so many different directions in terms of choosing your specialization in a specific area, rather than just being a generalist and knowing a lot about many different areas. So the question is, if you have one, how did you choose your area of specialization? And also, I guess, what inspired you to pursue this emerging field?
I think for me, you know, it's funny to hear just for like, how did you know to go into data science? And like, no, I was just trying to find something I can be employed as. And so I came into the industry right during the recession in, you know, 2008, and I was just desperate to find a job that would pay me, and that would also employ a math major back at the time. That, you know, it's so amazing to me now that they're like math is actually listed in like all of these job descriptions. And when I was looking for a job back in the day, that was not the case. Like everyone was looking for like a CS degree, and I definitely did not have a CS degree. And I also probably had the equivalent of like learning Python in a weekend kind of experience with programming in terms of how good my technical skills were at the time. So for me, honestly, I feel like I luckily just stumbled into data science. Like I really was passionate about math, and I was really just looking for an opportunity to do that. And I think that's okay to, honestly, like, I think it's okay to be able to not exactly have a specialty, but there are, and be okay just trying things for a little while. And if it doesn't, and especially when you're just trying to get your foot in the door, and then, you know, figuring out because it's so different, and having been a consultant in all these and doing data science across, like, you pretty much name any industry, like, it's so different. Like, the problems are so interesting across the board. And so you don't have to necessarily stick to one, but I, for one, stumbled into it. And I definitely did not have a plan to like stumble into like the hottest job of the 21st century, as it's been named sometimes in like many articles.
Totally agree with that. I graduated in 2008, so it's the same time, and I was like, I think I just got lucky getting into the analytics field. Just
like, I could have easily just ended up a math researcher in a basement somewhere, right? Like, it was not pre-planned to end up in like such a hot field. We really lucked out in the time that I think we honestly ended up like just joining the industry and being and where it's grown. We're so lucky.
Yeah.
I can jump in also, unless Kadeen, you want to go first?
Oh no, you go first.
So I think for me, there was always like a desire in me to really focus on a role that allowed me to think, because I thought that, like, you know, thinking and analyzing was something that I just always had gravitated towards. I knew I didn't want to work in sales because I'm just not a salesy person. I would be terrible at that. I knew I just didn't want to work in like a pure marketing role. I didn't want to, I didn't see myself as just a general type of like manager person. You know, I wanted to be working with data. And so, you know, when I couldn't go to psychology grad school, I was like, okay, where can I at least gain some experience in like doing some form of research and just really like getting to know how to work with data. So that's where I landed in market research, which, by the way, I don't know if you, you know, from what Claudine was talking about and explaining her work, I don't know if people realize how technical market research data actually is. The models that you can make when data is a lot smaller can be fairly elegant and complex. And a lot of this is being done by people who don't know how to code, you know, like they're making all these models and testing them, because, you know, back in the day, you know, we had all these point and click programs, you know, people didn't know how to code, but they were running all of the stat tests, they're running all of the math. And I think that there's just like there's a big gap right now, you know, for those of us who have transitioned into learning Python and R and SAS and all of that, like we, you know, like it's kind of viewed as data science now, but like a lot of jobs in statistics and math have been thriving for a while, just have never been kind of like the cool jobs that people have really looked for. But anyway, so I think at that time, you know, I decided I really want to go deeper into that, you know, just transition from market research into analytics. So, you know, going to grad school afforded me that way to level up and find like other industries to work in.
Yes, it's true. So when I was like what Steph said, I didn't know how to code. I just started coding in 2016 when from 10 SAS licenses, they reduced it to 3. And so we had to start learning how to code in Python. But so, and also when I was in analytics, my manager said, we're not programmers. There's a lot of people who program really well, and so we're just gonna buy their programs. So that's been like that's what we've been doing in my previous company. If a client wants to work with a methodology because they did it in Asia, so we just had to find out what software they're using, and then we're just gonna buy it, and then so that we can replicate the exact study in Asia as what they did in the US. So that's what I have been doing. When I came here in the US, I just wanted to go back to the market research industry and do my analytics job. But unfortunately, I did it. The offices of my previous company, they're not here in San Diego. They're in the East Coast. So we're sort of looking for other jobs. Then I stumbled into data mining, and then then I learned that Nielsen has an office here in San Diego. So then I decided to apply for Nielsen, and I got the innovation scientist job. It's sort of like an analytics job, but it's like sort of also a methodologist thinking of methods to analyze the data. But then when we were transferred to the data science team, I was really worried. And my manager was like, no, don't worry. We still have the software. I don't think that we're going to transition immediately to programming. But it just so happened the following year, they just told us, oh, we're going to reduce your SaaS licenses. And so I had to learn Python while also doing my job. And my former manager would consistently tell me, it's okay, your code is okay, because I'm always worried it's not production worthy. My manager would always say, no, we're just gonna, you just try to code first, and then we'll pass it on to the data dev, and they're the ones who are going to deploy it. So so up to until now, about 5 years later, I still think that my codes are not production worthy. But as I go along, I think I'm learning. But I never planned to be a data scientist. I mean, I always tell my friends that I became a data scientist because they transferred us to the data science team. So I guess I'm just, in a way, we're just lucky to be transferred to the team. But I think that I do like to be in the team, especially when you know, it's the building, it's the modeling, deciding what model to build, that and you know, and doing all these tests to make sure that you have chosen the best model. That's what I really like. But it's not only just building model and coding, it's also really about the deployment, because you can build a lot of complex models, but if the data dev or if the engineering team, if you cannot actually deploy it, then it's your efforts are, you know, will go to waste as well. So I think that it's really more, it's like you have to think of the whole process of building your product when you think about the models as well.
Awesome. Just because I know we're a little over time, we're going to have a hard stop at 3:10, if that's okay for folks. Okay, good. And so continuing, Catherine, you want to call on someone?
I think, Lizelle, did you want to answer the question?
I kind of talked about it in my intro, so.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, NLP. Yeah. All right. So the next question is, for those that are interested in understanding what goes into the day-to-day life of a data scientist, would you be able to give an overview of what your typical day looks like?
Is it like dashboards? Are you like, how much of your job is data cleaning? If you're not doing data engineering to do data cleaning, then what are you doing? Are you making a presentation? Are you writing documentation? So all of that good stuff.
Should I can go first. So my day starts going into my VDI immediately. So it's like I don't work with my laptop. We have to connect to something like an external thing. And so from the VDI, I have to open my, so it's basically, it's really doing, looking at the data immediately, and then starting to, not so much data cleaning, because right now we have the data, the rest of the data team putting the data already in the database, and so I just have to download the data and then start looking at the data. Usually it's pre-processing, so doing feature engineering, for example, like looking at which variables to combine, things like that, and then doing the looking at what we call data audit, actually. So looking at all the data, the distributions of the data, missing cases, and then comparing the data that we have with the previous data set that we used, and then looking at descriptive statistics and all these things, and before finally deciding that okay, the data is clean or it's good to go, and then start doing the refresh or the modeling part. That part where if it's like a project that I have to do from Monday to Friday, Monday to Wednesday is all the data is data. It's just about data, nothing, because usually in Caritas, for example, these are our base products. The model form, we have decided it like before. It's hard for us to change the model every year, the model form every year. So if it's a regression type model, for example, that is what we should go with, and until we change the model form, because we are also looking at what we call the trend. We don't want to disrupt the trend. If we have to decide on something, we have to make sure that it wouldn't disrupt what happened, what was the result last year, because our clients are also tracking the results. And so if there are big changes in the data, or even in the outputs of the model, we have to make sure that we can communicate it well to our clients, and we can justify it. And so my job basically is to make sure that there's consistency at the data level, and then at the solution level, and then up to the output level. We always we have this weekly meeting with products. So with a person like Noelle, we talk to her almost sometimes in a daily basis, because we have to have meetings, and we have to have all the deadlines. So meeting is a part of my day-to-day job too. We have to have all these meetings, and then before we could, if we have a problem, we have to make sure that we communicate it during that meeting. Sometimes it's just 30 minutes, but just to make sure that we're all on the right track. Because my job is the modeling part. Then there are other team also. They have their own job. So I can't if my schedule is to do my job for example, in 1 week, I have to make sure that I communicate that is doable, because otherwise, then our entire schedule will be delayed. So we can't afford any delay.
Cool. Thanks, Claudia. I totally agree with that. The communication and working with other teams is a huge part of the whole role. 2 minutes left. Erin, did you want to close it off or ask another question?
I'm gonna do a round robin. Let's see. What is your programming stack? So you can mention Python, R. If you use different frameworks, like I know myself and Lizelle were talking about PyTorch, right? PyTorch versus etc. Like if there's a favorite framework that you have, and if you have, I don't even know, like an IDE that you like using. So for me, it's Python, Jupyter Notebooks, and Vim. So I'm just gonna popcorn. Stephanie.
I am a big fan of R and RStudio. I think coming from somebody with a stats background, that it's used heavily in most statistics programs. And I'm just a big fan of the R environment in general. The CRAN library where you get all your packages is way more organized, for instance, than Python, where like sometimes like I'm just trying to install something in Python and it's like pulling teeth. It takes me like 2 hours. I'm just like, why is this not working? So it's way more organized in R, sometimes to a fault. Like there was this big like hubbub on Twitter this week because they were going to remove Lubridate, one of these popular packages for handling dates, from the CRAN library because there was one small test that failed, and then the package maintainers had to go on Twitter and be like, no, we're fixing it. Everybody calm down. So, they're very strict about it, which is why the whole environment is very organized. But that being said, a huge part of my job is also just working in SQL, because I am, helping build, maintain, and even just like looking at that data that we're pulling directly from our servers. So it's a huge part. And I will go so far as to say that most entry-level analytics jobs, they're going to test you in SQL. No, very few people have actually even asked about my R Python skills. I don't know why. I feel like they should, but it's just, that's just the way it is.
That's interesting. I didn't know that for SQL. How about, did anyone have to learn Scala? I know that's what is native for Apache Spark, but I
think we have to learn Scala once we go full time in Databricks. I've seen some of our data engineers, they're actually writing some of the stuff that we're supposed to use in Scala.
Gotcha. Well, that's also because Databricks is they're compatible with Scala and Python.
Yeah.
Awesome. And maybe my last note, something Filipino about you that nobody knows. Let's see. Mine will be, I mentioned I was Kapampangan earlier. I might have said it in the earliest part of the day, but I'll mention it again. So my mom's Kapampangan, my dad's from Manila, even though my last name Pangilinan is Kapampangan, that's on my mom's side. So yeah, I'm gonna popcorn to Lizelle.
This is I grew up in the US, so I actually don't have that much Filipino about me, but let's see. Yeah, I'll popcorn to someone else. Noelle.
Oh gosh, what's something Filipino about me? It's kind of funny. Growing up, I always put the emphasis on the wrong syllable because I don't actually speak Tagalog well whatsoever. I speak it like a rude child, but there are things that I just didn't know the English words of until much later. like the basura man was always the basura man. We just never ever called it garbage. It was always the basura man. So, and then I'll popcorn to Stephanie.
So something Filipino about me. So my mom's family is from Pampanga, so like Arians. And my dad's family is from Bulacan, but they both grew up, in the city in the Metro Manila area. So I actually didn't have a very strong connection to the province. I only went there when the schools took us there for field trips and stuff. So I definitely felt that I missed a little bit of that. And in addition, despite the fact that I grew up in the Philippines, English was very much the dominant language in our house. So that was another aspect where I felt that, sometimes I missed out on that part of what was supposed to be my heritage. So, but it's something I can't speak Tagalog. It's just that not as well as for instance, other people that are completely fluent in it, something I'll keep working on.
Claudine or Catherine, besides where your parents are from, because I know Claudine mentioned where she was from.
So I can go real quick while you're thinking. I was actually born in the Philippines, in Candelaria, Quezon province. And so I went to America when I was 2 years old. So I actually don't really remember living there. Only gone back twice. But I understand everything in Tagalog. I just can't speak it well because I don't know, my accent's not the greatest when I speak it, and I kind of overthink it. Also, I love lechon, and Noelle's picture of the lechon gave me a huge craving, so might be needing some soon.
I had Jollibee today to celebrate. It's I'm gonna just DoorDash this, support the community. And I know not everyone wants to answer that question. I always ask that question. Maybe it'll be one last thing that you could answer, because I love Lizelle's website, and maybe just last advice for students, how do you want to write a portfolio, projects, hackathons, last words of advice for anyone that's an aspiring data scientist, data analyst, data engineer, software engineer in data science. So I'm going to go back to Lizelle.
Yeah, so this one, I mean, my tip is that if you apply for a job or multiple positions with different specialties or skills, make a different resume tailored towards those places. I redid my resume once I joined Facebook, and because I knew I wanted to do machine learning, and I put all of my machine learning projects and coursework and links to GitHub repos instead of my full stack resume that I used to apply to a bunch of other jobs. Yeah, that's my one advice.
Maybe Claudine.
I think so. My advice would be to I think you have to make your own path. if you want, because if you would compare your, the way that your success or your progress with others, you might get disappointed, or you might. So I think that each of us, we have our own path towards being a data scientist. Like Stephanie said, her path is nonlinear. So I think that we have to start somewhere. So when you start somewhere, you just have to keep on going, make your own path, and to get there, to ultimately be a data scientist. That's my. If we should not be comparing our our progress with others progress.
Great, thanks. I think my only last thing is now working in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. Data ethics is like center. It's like the first thing we think about, aside from test-driven development, TDD, which I totally suck at, by the way, even though I was a front-end developer for forever. You have to get really good at programming, information architecture, and really understanding, like, where does your data come from? How is that loaded? Like all of that. So being very intentional and mindful, I think a lot of times, and we're actually thinking about this in Faster Stack of like, is this the right product that, integrates a data lake within Salesforce with what we have, and those are conversations that we continue to have with our team. And I guess I just want to shout out and highlight the last two things before we end today. I know we went a little bit of overtime. So Noel says +1, Lizelle's advice, put interesting projects on your resumes. And Steph's thing is, yes, Lizelle totally customized, her resume. And obviously working in a place like Facebook, you can go work anywhere afterward. But customization, I think I often see this with a lot of our students, is they use the same freaking thing over and over, where I'm like, that's a different position. Like if you're going to tell me I want to be a front-end developer, but you're writing Python and you don't have a web portfolio, it doesn't really make sense. I had that problem when I first transitioned to industry, and I didn't do a boot camp. I had been coding since I was 5, but I didn't brand myself properly. I think the first time that I was really looking for jobs, and it was because I liked everything, but it was almost too generalist. I think that, like, you don't have to be too much of a specialist, but you do need to focus. And so, really curating those different parts of your resume, a GitHub portfolio, all those good things, is good to have. Awesome. And then Catherine says,
oh, I accidentally.
Yeah. Do you want to mention that, Wids, one more time as a thing?
I accidentally direct messaged you. I was supposed to respond to everyone else. But yeah, I think Diana was saying she's going to attend the WIDS conference in March. I think that's the worldwide one. But we do have the WIDS Puget Sound, which is the greater Seattle area, that we have a conference in April if anybody wants to attend, or if anybody wants to speak, we'll be having a call for proposals pretty soon. So if any of you want to speak in that, feel free to reach out to me.
Yeah, WIDS is great. I spoke in, I think, Berkeley, and in Stanford, they used to charge a lot to go to it. I would just watch online. So you can join a WIDS chapter that's women in data science. There's also women in big data. There's tons of groups. Pi Ladies. Our
Ladies.
Pi Ladies is good too. I mean, I've had people help me and be like, I can't install TensorFlow on Microsoft. Like, and it was terrible. So people would code pair with me. And my last one, my favorite group, is Women in Machine Learning Data Science. They're probably the most active. They talk a lot about gender, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you're in HPC, Women in High Performance Computing, I did their mentorship program years back. And so that's a lot of really crazy infra people. So, there's definitely lots of places. We'll be putting this out in our resource guide, because I think we have so many questions about where to find support for women engineers. Women Who Code has a great series in data science, lots of workshops online. And I would encourage you, outside of joining those groups, join their Slack channels or their Discords if they have them as well. So great. Thank you so much for everyone's time today. We appreciate each and every single one of you for attending and speaking today. So Noel, Lizelle, Claudine, Catherine, and Stephanie, Maraming Salamat. And to our attendees, we hope if you are an aspiring data scientist, let's say data science practitioner, because like it's very long acronyms, AI, ML, all those different things. Please feel free to reach out to any of us. We want to see more Pinoys and Pinays in the field. So that we're not the only ones at our company. We can have more experiences that are more like Noel's, of like more data scientists and, your first experience working in tech. So Awesome. All right. Happy fam. And my only last word is tomorrow, FASTERCon Day 3, we'll send links out. We have our COVID-19 panel and fireside chat with Professor Manilai from UC Merced, as well as the vaccine innovator and Reverend Austriaco. So that'll be really fun. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.